Yep. You'll have to wait. Good morning, Cornelius. Well, for God. Sergeant R4? 3D Medic. Nah, you saw me 2 weeks ago. Hello, Joseph Plattner. How are you critters doing today? Finally got this finished up. So I think I've got everything done. I got the launch lugs integrated into it. And I also got the shock cord attachment integrated into it. And the fins really nicely stiffened up with just a couple of ribs. So I got one of my rocket buddies from Pennsylvania. I'm going to send him the STLs and he's going to try to fly it. Make sure it flies good. I also finally got the paper tubes so I can test fit the motor mount tubes in. For some reason, BT20 tubes are hard to find right now. But yeah, all phase mode. Came out pretty nice. The extension and the nose cone. I am very pleased with the final result. I think it's going to fly quite nice. Oh, yeah. I found this printer a street over, sitting outside in front of a house over there. Thankfully it didn't rain very much. It got a little sun faded, but what amazed me is no one took it. Just happened to be driving around. I was like, that looks like a printer box. Because it was delivered on March 17th. How long does the rocket take to print? I don't remember. Let me find out. It's vase mode, so not very long. Let's see here. I have my... Oh, shit. Windows just crashed. I came back. Let's see. F15. 18 millimeter. Uh, 5 hours for the body, and it looks like about 3.5 for the nose cone, and about 3.5 for the stretch. So it's what 7 12 hours total. Or right around 5.5 if you use 3 printers. And of course, if your printer is capable of it, you can go. I'm very conservative on my print speeds because I like high quality. But if your printer is capable of it, it's phase mode, so you can go faster if you can handle it.
Hi guys.
But I've integrated everything into it now. The centering rings are integrated in. The launch lugs are integrated in. The support and ribbing, everything is all fully integrated in. And you just print. I am quite pleased with the way that one came out. Did I finish updating the Thingiverse listing? So let's edit this, and we're going to get rid of all of these excess files. Okay. I need this one, and this one. Save and view. The little furry, bastards with murder mittens, they're doing good. Oh, they're all over there now because she's getting ready to feed them. They're like, feeding time!
She's got a knee.
Cats are funny that way. If you, they will, they always act like they're starving to death. When you go to feed them, it's like they were never fed. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were starving. But cats are funny like that. You're hearing the heat pump. For whatever reason, that particular unit is a little noisier than the other two. I don't know why.
It's not yours. Come on. It's not yours.
They don't know the difference, Michelle.
Time I tried putting Nozzle's food down, he kept putting his foot in that thing you meant for him. And I couldn't put the Nozzle's dish down because he kept putting his foot into it. You know what I mean?
Oh. Hello, Rick. As soon as it's done updating the Thingiverse listing, I'll post a link. Right now, it's updating. And when you come back this way, Michelle, would you bring over that battery in that light bulb?
Yeah.
Thank you. Why don't you make some oatmeal or something? Really?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I don't feel good.
I'll give you I don't feel good. I will bite you. I like biting. Hello, James White. How are you doing today? You know, it's amazing that the discussion still happens. You know, I understand normal people not understanding because normal people don't understand the way, you know, force and action reaction works a lot of times. They don't have an intuitive understanding. Might snow again. Yeah, we sometimes get late snow here too because we're high elevation. But then you get people who should know better, and those people don't understand. And it's like, how do you not understand? I mean, this is something you should know. Let me see if I can find a good image. We had the same thing. We had a day where it was like 76 degrees or something like that, and then we get 4 inches of snow the next day. It, of course, all melts in like 6 hours, but still, it's like, what the hell? It's like, how?
I'm Groot.
So I guess this is the best way to envision it. While we're waiting for more people to show up, let's see if you guys know this. So, you have an airplane on a theoretical conveyor belt. Now, let's assume that the wheel bearings can handle the load, and let's assume this conveyor belt is possible. It's unlimited length, it's infinitely long, and however fast the wheels on that airplane move, this conveyor belt will move in the opposite direction. So if those wheels spin at 10 miles an hour, the conveyor moves at 10 miles an hour. If the wheels spin at 600 miles an hour, the conveyor moves at 600 miles an hour. And let's assume this is all instantaneous. So whatever speed you're going, it moves. So here's what I want to know. Don't mention the answer if you know it. Can the airplane take off? Don't try to anticipate what the answer is. Think about it and say what you think is actually the case. I'm actually in an argument with a guy who it doesn't matter how big the airplane is. It could be a little balsa wood airplane this big, and it could be a jumbo jet. To add a little spice to the discussion, if you were to put a car on this conveyor belt, a normal car with a transmission that drives the wheels, would the car be able to move forward? Well, the answer to that is no. The car would not be able to move forward. It would just sit there. If you were to stand on this conveyor and try running, you would just sit there. You would make no progress. You'd be running in place. What about the airplane, though? Why do you think the airplane would not move, Splotchy? Splotchy and Kraken, why do you think the airplane would not move? First of all, airplanes do not fly based on ground speed. They fly based on air speed. Ground speed isn't actually relevant. It's relevant to get to your destination, but it's not relevant as to whether the airplane flies. For example, I have seen a Cessna fly with a negative ground speed, meaning the airplane was flying backwards from the perspective of a person standing on the ground. And that's because the airspeed of the wind going over the wings was higher than the flight speed of the aircraft. So the wind was actually pushing the airplane backwards. From the airplane thinks it's going forward, but from a person on the ground, the airplane was actually going backwards. It's actually a really dangerous situation to be in, because if that wind suddenly stops, you stall. Okay. So splotchy and Kraken. I'm trying to get a grasp on what people are thinking about with this. Why do you think the airplane would not take off? No, ground speed does not create the airspeed. That's incorrect. Airspeed has nothing to do with the ground at all. But what makes you think the airplane won't get lift? Let's go simpler. But what makes you think the airplane wouldn't be moving? So let's go backwards a little bit. Let's go back to the car. If we put a car on the conveyor belt, the car is not going to move. So no matter how much throttle you give it, the car won't move. But the airplane will. Hey, Matt's Makerspace. So I guess we need to figure out, why does the car not move? Well, how does a car get thrust? Okay, so first of all, to understand all the forces involved in an airplane working, you have 4 basic forces applying. Ground speed absolutely does not create airspeed. That is incorrect. You have 4 basic forces acting on an object. Alright? So, the treadmill matches the wheel speed of the airplane instantaneously, no matter how fast it goes. So, imagine an airplane traveling through the air. There are 4 forces acting on this aircraft. And remember, all forces have an equal and opposite reaction. So for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. So the airplane creates thrust, which pushes that way. Well, action-reaction says there is a counterforce, and that would be motion. So you thrust this way, you move this way. You also have lift and gravity. Okay, so gravity is pulling the airplane down, and lift is lifting the airplane up. In reality, that's just thrust in a different direction with a different method. So you could think of them, you can actually devolve this all the way down to acceleration. So gravity is trying to accelerate the airplane down, lift is trying to accelerate the airplane up. The rocket motor is accelerating, not the airplane. The rocket motor is a mass accelerator. It's accelerating mass out the back of the rocket. And equal and opposite reaction to throwing that mass out the back of the rocket is accelerated forward. So those are the 4 basic forces acting on a model. That's incorrect, Kraken. So, a car. Most people don't actually think about this. How does a car actually move? Like, you press the gas, of course, the engine goes faster, and the car goes forward. But how does it actually do that? Like, what are the mechanics involved for how a car actually moves? Well, the car has an engine, and there are pistons that move up and down. Well, what moves those pistons? Well, there's an explosion inside of the combustion chamber. When that gas expands, it has nowhere to go, and so the piston, which is the only part that moves, is forced down.
Excuse me. Chris.
It does not matter. Okay, you can't create an example that comes to a conclusion and then apply that to all situations.
Mm-hmm.
You are simply wrong. I'm going to explain why. Ah, Hawk's got it. Okay, thank you, Michelle.
Bye.
Bye. So, the way a car moves is the pistons move up and down by combustion. Literally thrust. You're expanding a gas and you're pushing the piston down. Those pistons connect to a crankshaft which turns. So you're converting reciprocating motion into rotary motion. That then goes to your transmission, then goes to your drive shaft, then goes to your wheels, and then the car turns the wheels. Well, how do the wheels move the car? All right, you need thrust, you need acceleration to move anything. Well, how do you generate acceleration from a set of wheels in a gas engine? Well, when you turn the wheels, those wheels are touching the ground. You're wrong, and we're going to explain that. The wheels are touching the ground. Well, let's go even simpler. How do you move? When you take a step forward, yes, James White, you are incorrect. Oh, I promise you I'm right. I'm an aerospace engineer. Trust me, I'm right. But the trick here is for me to explain to you in a way you'll understand. So, how do you walk? When you take a step and you're walking down the street, how are you walking? How does that work? Well, in order for you to move, you have to accelerate. You have to produce acceleration. Well, your body actually does this in two ways. You're using gravity and you're using friction. So when you walk, you lean forward, okay? And when you lean forward, what happens? Gravity wants to take you down. Well, what you do is you then pick your foot up and stick it out in front of you, and you catch yourself from falling. And you just keep doing it. And you just keep doing that, and you keep falling forward and putting your foot. Now, a runner does something even more. He'll lean forward, and he'll push with his foot to accelerate himself forward. But what's he pushing against? He's using gravity to help him lean forward, but what's he pushing against? He's pushing against the ground. Now, if you push straight against the ground, you just go straight up. So you have to create a vector. So you're pushing down and back, which creates an opposite vector pushing you up and forward. The difference between the up and the forward is how fast you go. But the key thing is you are pushing off the ground. So you are using the ground and you're using gravity to push yourself forward. So if I remove the ground, you can't move because you have nothing to push off of. Same thing happens on the conveyor. That's why you can use a treadmill. You are running forward at the same speed as the treadmill's going backwards. And that's one of the reasons why a treadmill tilts. It's to give you that little bit of gravity and to make it a little harder so you exercise a little harder. Otherwise, it's hard to run fast on a treadmill if it's totally flat. You can get unbalanced. But that's another issue. So the car is doing the same exact thing as when you run. When the car applies power, Kraken, trust me, you're wrong. I've flown a C-30 Hercules. Haven't flown a jet yet. All right. When the car moves, it moves the exact same way you do running. It turns the wheels, which apply friction to the ground. Equal and opposite reaction, the car rolls that way. So when you put the car on the treadmill, it doesn't move because the treadmill matches the speed of the car. Now, you are partially correct in one result in that the typically the airplane has to move forward in order to generate airspeed and take off. The airplane will move forward. Even if that treadmill moves at the speed of light, the airplane will still move forward and take off as if the treadmill is not even there. The pilot won't even notice that there's a treadmill under the airplane. He won't even notice, unless he tries to go sideways. If he tries to go sideways, he's going to notice really freaking fast. But just going straight, he's never going to even notice the treadmill's there. It'll have no effect on the airplane whatsoever. In fact, the treadmill will help the airplane take off, but that's another issue that gets into niche aerodynamics. So, why does the airplane move and the car not move? Well, it has to do... Exactly! Remember, rocket engines and jet engines are mass throwers. The way a rocket engine works, and a jet engine is the same thing except it uses the atmosphere as its oxidizer. The only difference between a jet engine and a rocket engine from a physics perspective is that the rocket engine carries its oxidizer with it so it can work in a vacuum. While an airplane with a propeller or a jet engine or a scramjet or a ramjet is using the atmosphere as the mass, and it's using the fuel to accelerate that mass out the back of the airplane. If this rocket weighs 1 pound and I want to fly this rocket straight up, I need to throw a pound of mass out the back of the rocket at 32 feet per second, which is the force of acceleration of gravity. Now, obviously, I'm not throwing a pound of mass out the back of the rocket. The rocket engine doesn't even weigh a pound. So, hey, Ian, so how does that work? Well, you can compensate for mass with speed, with acceleration. So, if I have half a pound of mass and I throw it out the back of the airplane at 64 feet per second, I still get a pound of thrust. If I have a tenth of the mass, but I throw it out the back of the airplane at 10 times the speed... Exactly. Here's the thing that people don't realize. The wheels on an airplane don't move the airplane. If you were to take a 747 and lift it up into the air 2 feet off the ground, you could walk up to the wheels of that airplane and spin them with your hand. The wheels are not how the airplane moves. So what the wheels are attached to doesn't matter. If you want to see what I'm talking about, think about how an airplane lands on snow when they replace the wheels with skis. Well, how does an airplane take off with skis? It's got no wheels. Because the airplane does not move because of its wheels. How does a float plane take off? You know, with no landing gear at all. It's got a boat hull on the bottom, and it takes off from the water. How does it do that? Because it's not producing thrust from touching the surface it's on. The airplane produces thrust because the jet engines are throwing massive quantities of air backwards. And action-reaction says that's going to produce a force going forward, which is independent of the ground it's sitting on. The only thing the conveyor belt is going to do is make the wheels spin faster. That's all they're going to do. That's all the conveyor belt is going to do. No, remember, we assumed that the bearings in the wheels can handle being spun that fast, because the wheels are going to spin about twice as fast as a normal takeoff. So if an airplane takes off at 200 knots, the wheels are going to be spinning at 400 knots. The way the math comes out, it's a 2-to-1 ratio because of the conveyor belt. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? They're surprisingly delicate machines. So the car doesn't move because the car is actually pushing against the ground, just like you are. Now here's the cool part though. If you took that car and you put a jet engine in the back of the car, and then you put the car in neutral and just cranked up the jet engine, the car would move forward on the treadmill. Because now the car is not depending on pushing against the ground to move forward. Now the car is, it's a mass thrower now. It's throwing mass out the back of the airplane to make it move forward. Flying for 10 years with the wrong fuel gauge. Well, I guess it's a good thing they have safety margins. You dumb freaking cat. Did you have to do that? Really? Did you have to? You're going to get bitten. Yeah. Chinese food. Goddamn cat. So, the treadmill will have no effect on the airplane because the airplane's not pushing against the ground. The airplane is pushing against the air behind it. Yeah, I know. Usually he doesn't jump, but I guess this looked like a solid surface to him. He got a surprise when it wasn't. Whoops! So now your typical conveyor belt example, you know, a lot of times you'll see this example. So a lot of times you'll see this example for the conveyor belt. So the question is, will that one take off? That's a trick question. The answer to that is no, because the airplane will fall off the edge of the treadmill before it gets airspeed. But we're assuming infinite length treadmill. You know, people who draw a fixed length treadmill, so that we'll recognize it as a treadmill. But in that thought experiment, the airplane will always take off normally as if there isn't even a treadmill there. The only thing that they might notice is an overspeed in the wheels. They'll be wondering, why are the wheels spinning so fast? Well, it's because the treadmill is trying to go the opposite direction of the wheels at the same speed as the wheels. But because the airplane does not use the wheels for thrust, there's no electric motors in those wheels, there's no drive shaft going to the wheels, there's no chain going to the wheels, those wheels just free spin. I mean, theoretically, you could power the wheels and drive the airplane forward until you reach flight speed, but then what would happen once you took off? Well, the wheels would no longer be moving you anymore, and the airplane would just come back down and land again. Good morning, DeWitt. So the conveyor belt has no effect on the airplane. In fact, let's say the conveyor belt was capable of going fast enough that the friction in the wheels would be enough to keep the airplane, would produce more friction than the thrust of the engines. It would still take off. Because eventually that conveyor belt is going to be moving so much air that the airplane will just take off in place. Exactly, because they can't go backwards. I wonder, the airplanes that use reverse thrust, they're able to pull these louvers in front of the engines to make the thrust go forward. That's how they slow down. That's why sometimes on some airplanes, when they land, you'll hear the engines speed up. You're like, and then you hear, he's speeding up the engines. Like, wait a minute, we're slowing down, but he's speeding up the engines. That's because the airplanes have louvers to direct the thrust forward, so they can use reverse thrust. I wonder if they could use that to back the airplane up. Like, is it enough to make the airplane go backwards? I'm not sure. Probably hard to control. And the last thing you want is a big giant airplane crashing into the terminal. Hey, Ian. And, but yeah, an airplane does not move because of its wheels. It moves because of its jet engines. Not enough to back up? Okay. I wasn't sure about that. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. The reverse thrust. Let's get this put back together. So just remember, whenever that discussion comes up with the conveyor belt, it's a trick. the airplane will always take off because the airplane does not push against the ground. Therefore, it does not push against the conveyor belt in order to move forward. I got this working, and it's weird. This actually fits tighter than the other bulb, so these bulbs actually have a pretty big tolerance. You know, there's a pretty big variety of how big they are, but I finally got one of the 12-volt bulbs so that I can now have a light that works off my Ryobi batteries. Well, yeah, because the car is pushing against the ground. So a dynamo is kind of like a treadmill for a car. Oh yeah, the Harriers are awesome. There's a they used that Harrier in a movie. It was a dummy Harrier, of course, but what was that movie with Schwarzenegger and he had to rescue his wife from the bad guy, and he eventually shoots the bad guy hanging from a missile, which would never work, of course, but it was fun to watch. Oh, what the heck was that movie? True Lies. That's it. Don't even have to look it up. That's it. True Lies. That was a fun movie. I enjoyed that. There is a slim but non-zero chance that I might go to Murph this year. Maybe. I ran the numbers. It's going to be like a $1,200 to $1,400 trip. And one of the guys I'm working with suggested, you know, hey, start a GoFundMe. Worst it can do is not work. And maybe get some vendors, some manufacturers to sponsor the trip. And see if they're willing, you know, and then I can just, you know, make each video sponsored by a manufacturer and see if I can get enough to go to Murph. Because I don't got $1,200. So I'm going to try. We'll see. I've already got one manufacturer who said they'll put up $200. So I would just need 6 more. And we'll see what happens with that. Murph, Midwest Rep Rap Festival. Cool. Hopefully next week I'll have it running. I'll get a page started for it and, you know, see what happens. Worst that can happen is I don't go. So today we have the Weedo. I got this, this was delivered on March 17th. So, what, 3 weeks ago? Almost a month ago. Oh, nice. Yeah, well, there's a thing here. Okay. So here's my understanding of the Creality 3D scanner debacle. First, they're going to ship the scanners. You're not going to lose your money. There's no way in hell they're going to burn their customers. And if for whatever reason they can't ship the scanners, they'll refund the money. They're just too big of a company to burn people like that. So what's the issue? There's another company that makes a very crude, not very good scanner with some software. And, oh, ouch. That sucks. Apparently it's pretty good. Apparently the scanner is pretty good. And apparently the other company has a pretty crappy scanner. And they are accusing Creality of copying part of their software. Did they? I don't know. I could see a Chinese company copying software. Yeah. Because they're good at hardware, but they're not good at software. But this company also has a history of suing people frivolously. So, who knows? Where you at? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, where are you going to go now? Cat's under the table. All right. Yeah, I got you. So apparently this company is accusing Creality of copying some of the code from their software. Whether Creality did or not, I don't know. So at the minimum, they'll probably ship the scanner without software that email you the software. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. But that's what I understand is going on with that. Hey, Mike, what's up? But apparently the Lizard's supposed to be pretty good. I don't have one, though, so obviously I can't test it. Oh, nice. Make sure you save a copy of that software. Do you like it? Is it good? I found out why all my knives have been going dull. My kitchen knives, they keep going dull, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? These are good knives. You know, I got it from the Vine thing. Oh, is it? The Pop 2 is better. Because some people were telling me that the Lizard has less cleanup, that you get higher resolution. I'm guessing there's a lot of variation, luck, and art involved with scanning right now. It's amazing we take for granted our ability to see the 3D world around us. And like you'll see scans that look incredible. And then you realize the model is actually garbage. The reason the scanner looks good is because of the color mesh put on top of the model. And we perceive a lot of our detail cues from that color mesh. Once you remove the color mesh, then you get to see how good the model actually is. Well, 0.002 accuracy doesn't mean anything. You know, you could have a 0.002 accuracy and still have a malted skin on your model. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, like even the scans that I took, you know, you put the mesh on, it looks great. That's because all your cues are coming from the mesh. Oh, cool. See, that's what I want. I want to be able to scan small things. I want to be able to scan a nose cone and reproduce it. That's what I want to do. And right now, the tech doesn't really let you do that. Cool. Yeah, that's what I need. I need a relatively smooth model, you know, a clean model. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be decent, you know, like a photocopy. It's not perfect, but it's good enough. So far, most of the models I've gotten are not good enough. Oh, to be something that has to be in a fixed position. Cool. Hopefully they'll send me one. Ah, interesting. Yeah, a lot of people were telling me that there's a lot of frivolousness in this company going after people who try to make other scanners. So how could they claim ownership of the open source portion of their software? They can't do that. They're not allowed to claim ownership of that. No, I haven't. Actually, I should do that. Come on, load the whole damn page. Alright, you might have to change your resolution since I just reloaded OBS, but the audio should be back now. So where do you download? Oh, download. Go away. Oh, it wants an order number. I don't have an order number. Yeah, you're hearing the mini split, the heat bump. Now it just ramped up. Interesting. I either need somebody to send me that software, or I'm gonna have to contact them to email me the software because I don't have an order number. What happens if I just put in a random number? Oh, it brought it up anyway. Okay. So, version 4.0. Revo Scan for Android. Revo Studio for Windows. And Revo Calibration. Alright, got them all. Let's get the updated... Oh, that's a lot of files. Seriously? It's doing that again? Let's try changing cameras. And then... How about now? Is it in sync now? Alright, I restarted again. Is it better now? You might have to change your resolution again. Good food deal for those who are stocking up. I'm definitely stocking up. Walmart has corn and green beans. Yeah, I like old kung fu movies. 49 cents a can if you buy the case of them on their website. It's like, what was it, $5.88 for a 12-pack case, and you can get corn and green beans and peas at that price. 54 cents a can will get you things like carrots and stuff like that. They also have the big 12-pack case of canned chicken for 20 bucks, which is $2.13 a pound, which is actually a really good price. And it's canned, so it's shelf stable. You can just stick it on your shelf and leave it there for years. So yeah, I've been stocking up on that. The canned chicken is wonderful for things like tacos, omelets, mac and cheese dishes, hamburger helper dish kind of dishes, things like that, where you're cooking it with something else as an ingredient. It's wonderful. Makes it very, very handy. Like, I can come home and, you know, take a box of macaroni and cheese, a can of green beans, and a can of chicken, and just put it all together, and I have dinner. So it's very convenient. Let's get this open. So this was delivered on March 17th, but it wasn't delivered to my house. I couldn't find it. It was a street over at an abandoned house. I found it this week. It's just a little sun faded. They had a little overhang that it was under, so it didn't get rained on. But it looks fine, just a little sun faded. But I can't believe nobody stole it. I can't believe I found it. Usually it goes to my neighbor next door, you know, if they make a mistake. I've never had them completely delivered to the wrong street. Like, come on, UPS, you're drunk. So this is a dual color single nozzle mixer. Yeah, porch pirating is pretty common around here, so I'm surprised nobody walked off with it. I don't know what they would have done with it, but still, I'm surprised nobody took off with it. Well, that's all one piece. It does not want to come out. Come here. Oh, that's an interesting design. I was not expecting that. We're going to put that down here for now, so I can get the rest of this out. Oh, well packaged. Come on, cheapskates. A 2-color printer, and you include 1 spool. Come on, you cheapskates. Would you stop messing with me? Why do you insist on going that way? Like it has a fetish with going that way. Oh, the stepper motors are back there. That would be why. Okay. Pretty sure there's nothing else in here except foam. We're gonna toss over there. Hey cats, you want another box? There. Have fun. They like boxes. Wow, it's literally 2 pieces. And this bottom is actually kind of cool. Hi, kitty. Hi. Hi, baby. You're such a good boy. Yeah. He got such a cute meow. So this is kind of neat. It's all open frame back here. This part's sealed up, and it's got two big legs on the back so that I can sit up properly. That's actually kind of a neat design. Ooh, I also think I'm going to like this print surface. He's already in the box. Yeah, he's in the box. Let's get this turned like this. There we go. And I can move this off the edge a little more. I know. That gets my thumbs up too. Because I'm not a big fan of, well, it's fine, but, you know, I prefer a build-tack style surface over a PEI style surface. Or the glass surface. Just because usually it'll stick when the heat gets turned off. Although this is pretty smooth, it's probably a PC surface. Hi, kitty. You enjoying that box, huh? Ultra Base is pretty good. Although the Anycubic Ultra Base is better than a lot of the generics you see out there. But I like Ultra Base. Yeah, exactly. So this is, it is a steel plate, which is excellent. And it's a fake tack style, build tack style sticker. So this should work. This should stay stuck when the heat turns off. How good is this? I don't know. It feels pretty good. I don't feel any, you know, dips or tops. It feels flat. Yeah, I think I would prefer IDEX, but there is a simplicity to single nozzle, as long as you get your tool change script correct so that it doesn't jam. A little bit of peel there. I like that it's got a bigger screen. It's about time they start using bigger screens. I'd like to see them go even bigger. You know, I'd like to see, if a machine this big, I'd like to see them start putting 7-inch screens on the front of this thing. Yeah, this is the ME40. So it's dual extruder, but single color. Although, is this dual? I don't see a second. No, this is single, not dual. So this is just a CR10 clone. This does not have dual color. I like the power plug up front, although it really should be. So here's the IEC. The reality is that should be back here. It should be right there. Yeah, this is a 334 single extruder. So if the quality is good enough, maybe I'll stick the 0.8 millimeter who's the company that makes the PCD diamond nozzle? Champion X, the Razorback nozzles. Is it the Razorback or Diamondback? The Diamondback nozzles from U.S. Metals. All right, we have the top, which is just going to sit on top of here. It does have a breakout board. I like the breakout board. So you have a breakout board there where all your gadgets get their juice from. Okay, it does have automatic bed leveling using a capacitive sensor. So there's your probe right here. That's your probe. That's interesting. I've never seen anybody grease the wheels. The roller wheels, the V wheels, they're greased. I've never seen somebody do that. He's in the box. Okay, how do we... I'm assuming this is not supposed to stay like this. Oh, there's something in here. Oh, the lead screw. Oh, smart move. Oh, wait a minute. This thing homes at the top? There's a switch at the top here. Well, I guess because of the probe, it doesn't need to, but I'm not a fan of top probing, just because it takes a long time. Yeah, I've been pretty pleased with their machines in the past. They've been pretty decent machines. Now, this is pretty smart. One of the biggest problems you have with a 3D printer, one of the most common damages for shipment, is the lead screw gets bent. So they actually took the lead screw and left it off. There's no lead screw on here. And it comes stored inside the extrusion. So the lead screw comes stored in the extrusion. And it's even got a cap on it. And I like the fact that you have a capture, but not a restriction. So the lead screw is captured inside the hole, but it's allowed to move. So that does not constrain the motion system to the drive system, to the guidance system, which is good. That's the way it should be. If you restrain the lead screw, your CNC machining needs to be of a much higher caliber to avoid problems. If you just allow the lead screw to float a little bit, you can get away with looser tolerances in your components. But once you restrict that lead screw, your tolerances better be good, or you're going to have artifacts in your print. I mean, that's not as nice as the way Creality does it with that molded part, but it's good enough. Yeah, I bet. Although once you take off the packing tape, you're going to notice there's something sticking out there. Hopefully their instructions address the location of the lead screw. And that lead screw looks nice and straight. I don't see any bend at all. Usually there's a little bit. But that, I guess I got lucky. That's a nice and straight one. Most lead screws have a tiny bit of warp in them. This one has at least none that I can see. Very nice. Okay, that's that. Our skimpy little spool of filament. Well, actually, now that we know this is a single extruder, that makes sense. Which means the link in the description is the wrong link. Because it said ME40. I guess the ME40 Pro is the dual extruder. But that's okay. A good quality 334. It's not a bad machine to have handy. Hi, baby. How you doing? Huh? You're a good boy? Yeah? You're such a good boy. Alrighty, what do we get in the goodie box? Let's put the filament aside. Move my mouse aside. Move the printer aside. Okay. We have power cable. A 3D print. Good quality 3D print. Damn. So, I'm not sure what that's for. I'm assuming it'll tell us at some point. Alright, I see SD card, reader, replacement, end stop switch, replacement communications cable, and I see a replacement thermistor. So it looks like they get, it's an actual SanDisk card, an actual SanDisk 8GB card. And even though a lot of people have had these fail, I actually like these little USB readers. Oh, there we go. I actually like these. They tend to work well for me. Okay. An actual branded SanDisk 8GB card. And then you get a spare thermistor, spare COM cable, and a spare end stop switch. At least I'm assuming those are spares. And the bag is numbered. Good. Hopefully the instructions are along that line as well. That's bag number 4. Bag number 5 is your zip ties. Your actually 2 proper wrenches instead of the normal stamped flat wrenches you get. Although they're using short Allen keys, which is annoying, but not the end of the world. Scraper, which you should not need with a flex plate. So if you guys want to save a little money, you shouldn't have to include this. It's nice to include it, I guess, although it will damage your surface if you're not careful. If you are a fan of using a scraper, the first thing you need to do before you use a scraper like this, it is well sharpened. Yeah, it's just a hole, which is fine. That's perfectly adequate. It captures it without restraining it. This is a sharpened putty knife. So what you need to do is to get your knife sharpening stone or a piece of sandpaper or something like that. And the first thing you want to do is this is the beveled side, this is the flat side. From the flat side, take your corners off and round off those corners. Because the way these destroy your bed is that sharp corner digs and goes right through your print surface if you're not careful. So if you just take a sharpening stone or a piece of sandpaper or something like that, or a nail file, and just round off these corners in the upward direction. So not from the beveled side, but from the flat side, meaning up. So round those corners up and your knife will stop tearing holes in your bed. And there's 2 of these. I wonder if these are gantry leveling blocks. We'll find out. Alrighty, this is the spool holder, bag number 3. Yeah, it should. Well, hopefully it doesn't, because I'm afraid it does, because it looks more like a PC surface. But that'd be easy to replace if you want to. Some screws and T-brackets, bag number 2. Interesting, it includes the separate wrench with the bolts, which look like the bolts to hold the gantry in place. That is bag number 1. Wow! It's not the blue cable. These things usually come with the... It's up there, I can't reach it. These usually come with that ubiquitous transparent blue cable. It's just a regular black cable. That's not too common. Cool. Ooh, pair of nippers. Ooh, quality pair of nippers. That's funny. They have an American flag, which implies, oh, is this made in America? No, no, no. It's made in China. So why do they put the American flag there? But these are the Creality style nippers, but this looks like name brand. Oh wow, nice. Yeah, see, these are branded. So these are actually name brand. These are my favorite nippers because most nippers only open that far. These, you can open them that far, which is great for getting small parts off a bed, just and pop it up. Yeah, these are my favorite nippers. Thank you, Weedo, for including a good quality pair of nippers. This is like the most invaluable tool you have as a 3D printing enthusiast. You'll use these for everything. The nippers are the best, and I like the fact that they include a quality name branded pair of nippers. I very, very much like that. And that is it for the box. You see, there's enough room in here for more spools. Of course, they always include white, but you know, I guess white's generic. It makes sense. So I cannot fault them for that. But these boxes are nice. I tend to hang on to these boxes. Are you trying to get into the box too? Go ahead. You know you want to. Okay. So let's... Alright, well I see the first thing that I'm not a fan of. The first thing I'm not a fan of, it's not the end of the world, but higher quality printers I like to see include printed instructions. There are no printed instructions, so I'm going to assume that they're on the SD card. I do like that you include a quality pair of branded nippers, a genuinely decent quality scraper, even though this should not need it with a flex plate, and I actually see serial numbers. So this is a genuine SanDisk 8GB SD card. IEC feels okay. I've held thicker. I don't know how good the quality is. It feels okay. You can very rapidly tell when you have a crap set of cables, but when you have ones that aren't crap, it's hard to tell. It feels good though. A little on the thin side, but the material feels good. Length is decent. It's a 4-foot cable. Let's get this plugged in so we are ready once we get to that stage. So we are not there yet though. I'm not a big fan of the hugely recessed SD card slot. You can see there's actually an air gap between the SD, but I do like that it actually has a little diagram on here that tells you the direction to insert the SD card, because that's a common issue. This tells you insert it upside down, so that's good. Okay, let's put my new favorite nippers aside, and let's load up the instructions. So it has Wii Builder 2. I'm assuming that's going to be a cloned version of Cura. So let's copy the instruction manual over here. Wow! What's the matter, kitty? I do like the steel flex plate. That magnet does feel pretty strong. So that's a good magnet on it, even from the corner. That's a pretty good pull. Well, that's the best way to test a machine. Give it to a couple idiots. That's why I tell them that Creality actually started doing this. This is advice that I gave to Creality, and Creality actually started doing it, which really impressed me. I told them, I was like, you are making mistakes that should not exist. I don't mean because it's a common mistake or anything like that. I mean, how did this printer get out of the factory with this mistake on it? How? And I was like, what you need to do is grab a person off the line. Grab an employee off the line somewhere. Not one of the engineers who designed the machine. They're going to know it inside and out. You grab a random employee off the line, you put them at a table with the printer and say, build this. Alright? And then you have your engineers sit there and watch. And every time that person runs into a problem, you talk to them, figure out what the problem is, and take notes and adjust the manufacturing, the instructions, or the hardware to compensate for whatever problem that person ran into. That's all you got to do. One machine. Just take one machine, sit one of your employees at a table with it and say, please build this. We're not going to help you. Here's your instructions, either paper or SD card. If you have to, put a computer there. And you handle the machine as if they're an end user. You let them build it, and you take notes as they run into difficulties. And they did that, and the machines got better. Yay! Let's see here. Oh, cool. Maybe make me some contacts. Because, you know, I'm tactful, I'm professional, and I give good feedback. So we have a dock. I didn't know Office Word was on here. Would you get the hell out of my way? What the hell? Jesus. How did this even get on here? I didn't install Word on here. So that's a doc file. I'm assuming... Oh, that's an unpacking guide. Looks like there was supposed to be a zip tie holding cables. I don't see that. It does reference the tape that we already removed. See, now that's pretty nice. So first of all, one of the problems you sometimes have, I would like to see you include larger leveling knobs, by the way, is these leveling knobs can vibrate loose during shipping and actually fall off. Less likely for the small ones. The big ones have more rotational mass. They tend to do that more. The little ones don't tend to do that. But these knobs can fall off. I like the fact that they're all the way on the outside, too. Although that makes leveling a little harder. But it does look like they got a pretty nice thick aluminum plate here. So they didn't chintz out on the aluminum plate. How thick is that? That looks really thick. What do you want, cat? I have not played with that printer. It's a standard 3mm plate. It looked a little thicker. But let's take this off so we don't damage it or get anything on it. Yeah, of course you'd fall. Let's see. Alright, install the gantry. Number one, the instructions are good. Check it out. So it shows you the component you're going to be playing with. It shows you the parts you need and tells you it's the number one bag. Very good. One 4mm wrench, 4 M525 screws, shows you a picture of them, tells you what bag they're in, shows you a picture of the gantry. Let's see here. Remove from foam. That's interesting, telling you to use the foam to prop it up. What? I'll probably see that when I go under. Put the screws in, tighten them out. Okay, so there must be a wire channel under here. Alright. Oh, I see. Make sure you don't damage the wires. You can see there's wires here. So telling you to make sure you don't damage the wires when you put the screws in. That makes sense. Okay. Of course, with no lead screw, be careful. This wants to really do a lot of moving since it's... I saw that coming, but I didn't move fast enough. Ah, they turn when you put them in? There we go. Yeah, I know. But I just do it by hand. Hey, Paul, thank you for the $20. I appreciate that. Nope. There's no wire. That wire is supposed to be here. That's going to plug into this. So that's going to plug into there. So that should be clear. Thank you very much for that, Paul. Remember, guys, try to use the PayPal link if you're going to send me some cashola, since PayPal doesn't take 30% like YouTube does. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll probably go to about 4 o'clock. So another 4 hours. Okay. They are spinning in nicely. So the threads are good. Well, I will get $14 of that. And $14, yeah, $14 would buy about 2 or 3 days worth of food. More if you shop carefully. Well, I also got to pay taxes. So, I will get 14, and then I will have to pay roughly 28% tax. That I have to pay that whether it comes by PayPal or not. So 14 times 0.28, $4 in tax, so $10. Works for me. Hey, that's YouTube and the U.S. government, baby. That's okay, man. I appreciate it. That is not your problem and not your fault. There we go. That's tightened up. That's tightened up. And then you can see here, this plugs into here. That is Z, and that is Z. Okay. And then this probably just wraps around the back and plugs into stepper. Yep, I can see it there. Stepper's plugged in. This is going to be the harness. So the way that works is this harness has a primary connection. Looks kind of like a short IDE connection. So that is going to plug into there and lock in place. And then these are going to be for end stops and whatnot. So this says X, which is going to be this motor here. And where does the rest go? That says X, which there should be a limit switch here somewhere. Unless that's not an extra limit switch, unless that limit switch has to be installed. Nope, it's already in there. Ah, bottom. Yep, there it is. That needs to go in here. Not a big fan of that installation method. I mean, it works. Let's get the lead screw installed. So the lead screw just sticks up through the hole here and threads through. Alright, that alignment is not perfect. It's not bad, but it is not perfect. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. I don't think it's going to be enough to cause a problem, but I might shim it out anyway. So let me get you down low here. Okay. Watch this lead screw carefully. See how it's getting pushed? How it's not going straight into the hole. It's getting pushed to the side in order to go into that hole. So it's off by about 1/2 millimeter. So if you were to try to constrain the top end of that would cause you some serious problems. I don't think that's going to cause a problem, but I'm probably going to shim this out a little bit just to make sure that goes in there perfectly. So right now it's being, the motor is too far in, so the lead screw is being pushed that way in order to go into the hole. It goes in easily, but it's definitely being pushed, and that's going to cause some slight issues. You probably, yeah, the table, the printer moving on the table is going to do that. It doesn't matter. This is the good kind of compression grub screw, so that alignment's not going to change. This does not affect it unless this has a flaw in it. That alignment's not going to change. I mean, it does turn easy. I don't feel any resistance, so that's good. But it's definitely something that needs to be addressed. That needs to be just a hair thicker. Not a big deal, but it is something that should be addressed at some point. could be the motor shaft, but here's the thing. When I turn this, I don't see any wobble. If it was the motor shaft or the coupler, I'd see a wobble when I do this, and I see no wobble at all. So the motor's probably okay, and the coupler's probably okay. It's just off a hair. It's bare. See, is that little bit? See that little bit it's moving? It's that tiny, tiny little bit. Probably not enough to cause a problem, but I will probably shim that out just a little bit just to make it that much smoother. No, this does not use the flat of the motor shaft. This is not okay. You're thinking a regular grub screw where one of the screw, you have two screws. One of them goes to the flat of the motor and one of them goes to the round of the motor. That actually won't change your alignment. It'll just change how well it grips. But this is a compression sleeve. So you see there's a slot cut in the aluminum and you have a slot cut here. So this is literally just, it's just doing this and grabbing. Your other one sits here like this, and then a grub screw grabs lead screw. This one actually squeezes down when you tighten it to keep it from moving. These are preferred. I like these better. They tend to be a lot more reliable and more consistent. Again, I don't think it's going to affect print quality. I don't think it's going to affect kinematics. Usually if the alignment's off pretty decent amount. Like normally, you know, I could fix it. I would take a wrench like this, and I would stick the wrench in there and break off the ends. But that would be too thick. Needs about half that. So it's very, very close. Meaning it probably won't affect print quality at all. Okay, that's not the one for it. This looks too small. Yeah, it is too small. So we are missing a wrench. Oh, there's another one in here. All the wrenches should be in one bag. That's kind of annoying. Although I guess if I follow the instructions. Yeah, bag number 2. It says bag number 2 has the wrench, the plates, everything. Okay. Okay, that's my fault. I didn't follow the directions. So those are going to be the stiffening plates. These will be the hammer nuts to hold those on. And this is the wrench for the lead screw. I don't know how important this is, but I like lifting the lead screw up a little bit so that it doesn't touch the motor shaft. I don't know how important that is, but it's just something I've always done so that, you know, one piece doesn't hit the other. That was a little loose. So now they are nice and tight. Yeah, I don't feel any issues here. And of course, because they have a captured but not restrained lead screw, the lead screw is able to wiggle inside the bracket, which is what you want. You want this to be free floating. Okay. So I am happy with that. Where does this go? Let's follow the instructions. All right, brackets. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't see a connection. And I'm thinking, unless that's an accessory, like there's a little thing. But this looks like the runout sensor right here. Oh, wait a minute, is it on the bottom? Yes, it is. It's on the bottom. There we go. Runout sensor plugged in. Okay. That's good play. Most of the strain is on here. That's fine. I assumed it was a run-on sensor. I didn't see a plug. Didn't realize it was on the bottom here. You know, the plates are a little thin, but the reality is they don't have to be thick to do their job. So that's fine. I got no problem with that. One thing I'd like to see, and you can 3D print this, is I'd like to see a little thing here. Maybe that hangs down to about here and comes back with a little thing here that you put zip ties around, so you can grab this as a strain relief so that you're not depending on the plugs to hold up the strain. So just a little 3D printed widget that comes out here with a yoke that would sit there like this, that you could then wrap a zip tie around and clamp this so that this is held rigidly in place. So if you have a snag or a pull, it doesn't pull on these cables. I mean, in reality, it's probably fine. For the vast majority of anything, it's probably fine. But actually, there might be enough play in this. That looks pretty centered, though. So there might not be any wobble in this. Now, something you can do if you either machine this part correctly. So this is the piece here that would have to be adjusted to fix that offset. You could have oversized holes in the stepper motor with these bolts here. So the holes in this bracket, have them slightly oversized so I can loosen these 4 screws and then let the motor center itself once you have the coupler installed the lead screw. So basically you'd loosen these, the motor would automatically center itself because this is right now, this is pushing on this a little bit. So loosen, they'll center, and then retighten again. That's a way around that. You could do that. At home, you can do this too. If you have a Dremel with a drill bit, take this bracket off and ovalize the holes a little bit so they have a little bit of wiggle, and that'll give you enough movement. Or just put a shim behind this. The correct move is to remachine this one component so that it comes out 1/2 millimeter. That's the correct move. Okay. I mean, technically it's okay to hang like that, but my concern is if this snags on something, it's going to break that. Remember, when you have moving parts like this, basically, you know, this needs to be stronger than the stall torque of that stepper motor. What we're doing now is just installing the hammer nuts onto the reinforcement tees. Alright, so first we need to do is turn these 2 horizontal, turn these 2 vertical, and then pop them in. There we go. Now when you tighten these, you want to wiggle. Start off with this one in the middle because you can't reach that one. Alright, tighten it, give it a tug. Alright, it grabbed. Because this one you can't see. Alright, This one here, you can't see the hammer nut. So you need to do that one first. Because if you tighten these three up, this one might not engage at all and you'll never know. Alright, so you do that one first. You give it a tug, make sure it's on there. Then you do the rest. Because the rest of them, in a pinch, you can see it. Like I can see that one turning. So, always do that one first. Alright. Let's make sure these are tight. Yep, they're fine. Alright, that one's installed. Now we spin this bad boy around to the other one. Pretty easy assembly. I got no complaints so far. Again, make those two horizontal, those two vertical, jiggle and pop them into place. And then once again, make sure you do the center one first. And that is on there, so we know that the hammer nut turned. And I can see that one turning. Oh, that one, nope, that doesn't feel right. Which means we are too far up. Yep, we're too far up. There we go. I like these tensioners. You can tension it, but you know, it's not easily accessible, which I prefer. This I'm not a big fan of, and that is a little tight. That's a little tight. That feels okay. The problem with belt tensioners is that if you know what you're doing, they're great. If you don't know what you're doing, they encourage you to over tighten. And over tight is as bad as loose. So when you tension a belt, the belt should pluck. Hello, Kyle. So see how, hear it? Sounds like a deep bass note. So you want just tight enough to pluck, no tighter. Because if you go any tighter, you're just going to bend the shaft of your motor, or bend this shaft, or apply too much friction to the bearing in the assembly here. You don't want to over tighten. And that is a problem people have with over tightening. The wheels are well adjusted. I have no wiggle. They're not over tight because when I slide this, okay, when you over tighten the eccentric nuts, you're gonna feel that when you move the bed like I'm doing now. You'll actually feel a dip, 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 dip at regular intervals when you move it. You'll feel like you're hitting a small little crack, and that's an indication that your eccentric wheels are too tight. And you're flattening the bearing by squeezing it too tight. So if you think you have over tight eccentrics, loosen the eccentric until it wobbles. then retighten the eccentric a little bit at a time. Check for wobble, tighten, check for wobble. You tighten it exactly enough to stop the wobble, no more. That's it. What's in here? Oh yeah, phone and stuff. Yeah, exactly. You want a nice deep little... That's it. As soon as you have that, stop. Don't over tighten. This one's a little harder to tell, so I feel under here. I push on it. And as long as I feel some resistance when I push on it, it's probably good. Okay, what else do we have to do here? I believe we're done. Lead screw passes through, tightens up, plug the wires in. We already connected all the wires. Spool holder. And, you know, a lot of people don't like it. I don't care. I prefer the spool holder on top. Nice all metal spool holder with plastic caps. Not bad. I like it. This is my preferred spool holder. I just like the way this works. Okay. That should be as simple as that. Now there's your spool holder. That's all nicely machined. Is it aluminum? Feels light. Probably is aluminum, but nice machined metal with plastic caps. 2 here to capture, 1 here to keep the spool from going off the end. Yeah, not bad. I like it. And this will simply sit up here. There is your spool holder. Okay. Bag 3 is done. Bag 1 is done. Bag 2 is done. That correctly references all that. That looks okay. Yeah, I was right. These 3D printed parts are for leveling the gantry. 5 is done. That is spare parts. Why is it when you eat a banana you don't know which way to look? Why would you look anywhere except at the banana? Get rid of you guys. Get rid of you guys. Feed the power through. We're just about getting ready to power up. Okay. Anything else? That looks good. Boy, that's a hell of a turn there. I'm not the biggest fan of this arrangement, but it's not horrible. Yeah, I've seen much worse. Yeah, it's not horrible. And that does tend to keep the wiring up, which is good. I am concerned about this hitting the spool holder at the top. So one concern I have is this running into this. So I would like to see that more flush, so there's nothing to snag this harness as it's moving back and forth at the top. Let's check out the feeder assembly. So, with this printer here, it's a Bowden setup. This is your Bowden tube. These two components together form your extruder. This is the hot end, this is the feeder. It has a filament runout sensor here, so your filament comes in here. Now here's a question I have. Did they design this to accept a PTFE tube? It looks like that might actually accept a PTFE tube. Do I have a piece of PTFE tube handy? I don't think so. Nope, that's all gadgetry. I need a piece of PTFE tube. I have some over there, but I can't get to it. No, this is single. This is not the dual. This is just a 334 with automatic bed leveling. It looks like this tube will accept a piece of PTFE tube. I want to test that. It does not hold it though. Okay. So what I would like to see them do, if they are willing, okay, so the way this works is your spool mounts up top. No, it's just a cone. So the spool sits up here, and then this runs into the printer just like that. Ooh, smooth insertion. That actually worked pretty good. Except it's having trouble finding the exit hole, which is kind of annoying. So I should be able to put a little 45-degree cut in the end of the tube, and that should help it find, there it goes. You just feed it through. Tight fit. Okay, so what's going to happen is the filament comes through here like this. Feeds through the filament sensor, through the feeder, through the Bowden tube, into the hot end. The problem is filament is more abrasive than people think, and this will cut through materials, even aluminum. Yes, this PLA will cut through aluminum. It might take a few thousand feet, but it will eventually cut. And what's happening is because you're coming from up here and then coming in, this is going to act like a continuous bandsaw, and it's eventually going to cut a groove into this plastic here. Unless this is a lubricated plastic like a Teflon, but I don't think it is. It looks just like ABS to me, or polystyrene. So what they can do, and what all manufacturers should do, is that, well, you can either have the spool out here so that your entry angle is not so right angle like this, but I prefer the spool up top, so I would rather have this. What you do is you make it so that this entry point can accept a piece of PTFE tube. You just make this about twice as long, maybe 3 times as long, and you size it so a piece of PTFE tube friction fits inside of there. And that PTFE tube will not only make this flow through the feeder more smoothly, but now it can't eat away at the feeder. It'll eat away at the PTFE tube. And when that little tiny 1-inch piece of PTFE tube wears out, you just replace it. That's all. You just replace the PTFE tube, and you keep these components from getting worn out by this sawing on it as it travels. Yeah, there's no thread for a coupler. So that's something that I would like to see them do, because this will eventually cut right through this. Food deals, yes. I got they usually have these brats. They're like sausage brats. We like the cheddar brats the best, and they're $10 for 10 links. Well, they had 2 of them were on clearance for $7.49, and I had a $5 coupon. So I got it basically buy one get one free. I was like, hell yeah! We eat 2 each. So we split them up into freezer bags with 4 in each one. This way we could just take out 1 freezer bag and that's dinner. I also stocked up massively on canned goods. Walmart has, you order it online, as long as you hit $35, it's free shipping. But Walmart had 12 can cases of corn, green beans, and peas for $5.88, which is 49 cents a can. That's a good deal. And they also had other, like carrots and stuff like that, for like 54 cents a can, but not the big case, $5.88. They also have canned chicken, $19.94 for 12 cans of chicken, 12.5 ounce cans. That is $2.13 a pound, which is really good. This one guy says, well, I get chicken legs for 99 cents a pound. I was like, great, so you're paying $2.79 a pound. He's like, no, it's 99 cents a pound. And I was like, no, it's $2.79 a pound. Plus the freezer space, which is going to consume less electricity, plus your labor to separate the meat from the rest of it. No, it's just chunks of breast meat. So it's like a double-sized tuna fish can. And by itself, it's pretty bland. I mean, it's chicken, and it's sitting in salt brine. So it's pretty bland. But when you mix it with other meals as a component, it's amazing. So if I make up some Knorr, butter herb pasta, or some Knorr Alfredo pasta, or something like that, the Knorr packets of pasta, I'll cook one of them up, and when it's like 2 minutes from being done, I dump the can of chicken in it. And there you go, instant. Now you have a chicken Alfredo dish. Or if I'm cooking up spaghetti, I'll dump it in the spaghetti sauce and let it cook with the sauce. Good with rice dishes, good with macaroni and cheese dishes, chicken helper, hamburger helper type dishes. Really handy at a really good price, and it's shelf stable, so it doesn't require any electricity. Walmart also has a halfway decent deal on powdered milk. if you seal it inside of a 5-gallon bucket with a rubber seal, it basically has an unlimited shelf life. It'll last forever. So you get 64 ounces for $20, which comes to, I believe, $4 a gallon. Yes, because that'll make 5 gallons of milk. So that's $4 a gallon, which is only slightly higher than the grocery store price for milk. Drinking, the powder milk is okay. It's not great, but for baking or cooking and any other type of thing where you use milk, where you're adding milk to something, powdered milk works perfectly fine. Nice. So I'm going to start ordering some powdered milk each month when I place my order with Walmart, and until I have 100 gallons worth. So that'll be 20 bags. What else? We got a bunch of coupons. Ibotta had some deals where if you got so many offers, you got some extra money. So we ended up getting $130 back from Ibotta. All that goes toward cat food. So anytime I get coupons from Ibotta or Fetch, that money goes toward cat food and cat litter. And this way I always have plenty of cat food. And any other really good deals? I mean, I had coupons and stuff like that for different things. Nothing that was... He hates when I mock him. But otherwise, nothing truly spectacular. I got some clearance stuff and things like that, but nothing truly spectacular. Oddly enough, especially since I look for sale prices only, food prices have been somewhat stable. They're going up, but not incredibly slow. And I mean, the stuff that's growing up a lot... Oh, God. I think most of the stuff that's going up in price, I'm just not buying because it's too expensive. But you can definitely tell there's some price gouging going on. Because contrary to what people are telling you, this is not inflation, it's price gouging. Okay, now let's level the X gantry and get this thing going. I'm not entirely sure why they included zip ties. I like the fact that they included zip ties, but everything's already done. Everything's already set up properly. They did a good job. I need to do one really, really soon. I have enough clips I can start doing something. Hey, my X gantry is already level. I don't have to do a thing. Nice. Very nice. I need to get off my ass and start doing shit. It's a problem. It's definitely a problem. Okay, let's get this booted up. Looks like it's already set for 110 volt. There's a switch here to set your voltage. In America, this is not really an important switch because if it's on the wrong one, nothing happens. If you are anywhere that uses 220 volt power, it is critical that you check the switch, because if you are set to 115 and you plug it into a 220 volt outlet, you're probably going to murder it. Here, if I plug, 220 device into 110, nothing happens because it's under voltage. I love the screen. That is a very, very clean UI. You can't really see it well. Let me turn off the light. Let me bring you in closer. That is a very nice UI. At least the initial UI is very nice. We'll see if it stays nice as we use it. Okay, so it says maintenance. No feedback. I'd like to have a feedback beep. This can update. So that looks like an update from the SD card. Runout sensor. Oh, I could turn the runout sensor on or off. Good. I'll keep that off. I don't know what post means. I have no idea what post means. Can you adjust any of this? No, you can't. So it has this here. Save and load. Oh, so you can change settings on the SD card and then load them? I'm not sure how to do that. That'll be interesting. Okay. I'd like to have a small beep or haptic feedback when I press something. Even a tiny... It looks like it does have Wi-Fi. Or it has the capability of Wi-Fi. Very quiet. The power supply fan is quiet and the case fan is quiet. Interesting. We'll see if those fans up here are quiet. So here's firmware version, print time. I wonder if that's lifetime print time. That's pretty cool if it is. This looks like you can. So this looks like you have the ability of loading parameters that you can change. And I also like the fact that it's oh, interesting. So error diagnostics wiki, contact us. How does that work? Oh, it just gives you the information. Good. That's actually not bad. I'm guessing that QR code will take you to their webpage. And that is probably high enough resolution for you guys to scan. So if you want to check that out, there's your QR code. Error diagnostics. We don't want to do that yet. Okay. Huh. Your live settings. I don't see any way of adjusting. Has an X over the Wi-Fi. So that might be a module you have to add. I haven't played with the ANET ET4. I didn't know ANET was still making printers. That's good. It's good they're still around. Maintenance. Retract, feed, preheat. Jog mode. That's to move the head around. Level the bed. Z offset. Proximity height. I think that's for the... Ooh. Yeah, I do not like homing at the top. That's annoying as hell. Although it does it fast. And see, here's the problem you're going to run into. Oh, it moved you out of the way. Okay. So maybe it's not a problem. Okay. Interesting. It says homing failed. Why would homing fail? It clearly worked. And when it fails, it crashes the whole thing. That's interesting. It's still getting blown out. There it goes. That's what it looks like. there's no option to continue. Turn it off, turn it on. Maybe because we haven't leveled the bed yet. So let's do that. Homing failed. Why is it saying homing failed? I can hear it clicking the motors. So I know it's actually working. Did I forget to connect something? No, that wire is connected. That's right there, and that is what this wire is down here. Yeah, I just did. But I know it's working. It hits the switch and it stops. Yeah, it worked fine. Oh, bed. I guess I didn't connect that. Yep, bed's not connected. I didn't connect the Y-axis. My bad. Okay. Yep, there it goes. I just heard it activate. And the limit switch is connected. Okay. And that's why I don't like top. Here's why I don't like top-mounted homing. Because it just unraveled the spool because the damn thing is homing at the top. Top homing is annoying as hell. I hate it. Auto lever sensors up here. It's the inductive sensor. Yeah, that was my bad. I didn't have the bed connected. There we go. Pretty good, Philip. Why not what, DeWitt? Need to bring that up. That looks pretty good. It is using quiet steppers. I'm, of course, using my Mark 1 eyeball to level the bed. Number 2 was perfect. That is too high. That looks pretty good. That one needs to come up a little. That looks pretty good. Okay. Now let's try Z offset. Of course, it's going all the way to the top again, which is going to unroll my spool. I hate top homing. At least it goes fast. That's why the Z is so noisy, because they're overdriving the stepper so you don't have to wait an eternity for it to get there. Now, under normal Z movement, you're not going to hear that. That's just when it's going in, you know, where it's like, you know, crank up the voltage so we don't have to wait forever for it to move up and down. That's a little too high. Hopefully I can change that offset. Looks consistent though. Looks like it's getting the same distance each time. Alright, here is where we adjust the offset. That looks pretty good to me. Yep, that looks pretty good. So it just needed 0.5 millimeters down. Not bad. Alright. Let's see what's on this card. Alright. 20 millimeter box, cactus, dragon, drumleaf, Papa Noel, pipe, puppy, Reno, and Santa Claus. Okay, that is just the thing. Oh, cactus is huge. Oh, might be vase mode. Is that vase mode? Oh, I think that's vase mode. We might try to print that cactus. That looks kind of cool. No, definitely not vase mode. I can see retraction moves. Okay. Still looks kind of cool. Aw, what a cute little dragon. I guess you guys can't see what I'm doing. So that's a cute little dragon. I'm just loading the G code. There's a big one. What is it? Hello, scammer.
Thank you for choosing Walmart.com. Your order for iPhone 13 Pro worth $944 has been confirmed and it will be charged on your debit card attached with your Walmart account. Please press 1 to speak and resolve any queries regarding your order, or press 2 to cancel your order by filling out the refund form, or you can simply hang up and your order will be delivered tomorrow. Thank you for choosing Walmart.com. Your order for iPhone 13 Pro worth $944 has been confirmed and it will be charged on your debit card attached with your Walmart account. Please press 1 to speak and resolve any queries regarding your order, or press 2 to cancel your order by filling out the refund form, or you can simply hang up and your
One
order
does
will
nothing.
be delivered tomorrow.
So if you want to accept the order, it doesn't work. Oh, God. It's amazing that people fall for that. Blows my mind. You can't play along. I want to hit yes, confirm order. And like, wait a minute, you ordered this? And I'm like, yeah, I ordered this. You make sure it gets delivered tomorrow. It drives them nuts because they don't know what to say. What the hell is that? I don't know what that is. It's kind of cool looking, and I kind of want to print one, but well, not now. This looks like a multi-day print, but Jesus, what the hell is it? And they only have part 1. It was a scam. Well, okay, here's how the scam works. They call you up and say, thank you for ordering your iPhone Pro 13 for $997. Your debit card attached to your Walmart account will be charged. And, it'll be delivered tomorrow. It'll be shipped tomorrow. And people, wait a minute, I didn't order a $1,000 phone. And you'll hit 2 to say, cancel, I didn't order that phone. A person will come on the phone and say, oh, we're sorry for the mistake. Can you provide us your credit card details to verify your identity? We'll process the refund for the order. And in reality, you're giving them your credit card details. Oh, my God. So, of course, the one option that doesn't make any sense, one, to confirm the order and say, yes, go ahead, send my order, doesn't work because they don't have your credit card details. Most people are going to have a Walmart account, and most people are going to have a debit card attached to their Walmart account. And so it'll come off as legitimate. But the reality is they're going to walk you through a cancellation process where you end up giving them all of your details when you cancel. What's your 3-digit security code? What's the last 4 of your social? We want to make sure you're not a scammer canceling someone's legitimate order. And a lot of people will just give them all those details, and the fact that people fall for that is... And do you know how I know it's a scam? Oh, here, I'll show you. This is how I know it's a scam. Well, first of all, it's always a scam. It's always a scam. But here's how you know. Look at the phone number. It's 215-791. That's my phone number. My phone number is 215-791 plus 4 more digits. So they spoof the phone number, okay? That should be illegal. The phone companies need to be brought up on charges and fined for allowing that to work. All right, because the phone company definitely knows what phone number that came from, yet they're showing me the fake phone number. The reason they do that is so that you'll see a phone number similar to your own phone number. And so you'll think it's a local Walmart. Well, I'm 215-791, and the number calling me is 215-791, and they're saying they're Walmart, so it must be the local Walmart, right? So it's one more way of making it look like it's a legitimate call. I, of course, know it's bad because I live in New Mexico. My area code's 505. But I know, I've received several of those. Oh. So I know any random 215 number has got to be a scam. Oh, Jesus. And there are people who fall for that. That's how the scammer got Michelle. They talked all nicey nice. She's lonely. She wants company. She wants attention. She wants some companionship, which I can only minimally provide for her. I can't give her the kind of companionship she wants. I'm her brother. So she, talks to these people, and they talk up to her. And, so the way they did it was they sent her money to her bank account. And then had her buy gift cards. And she went into Walgreens without me even knowing and bought $900 worth of gift cards. And that money was real. So now they've developed trust. So now Michelle trusts them. Oh, he sent me money. I sent him gift cards. He's a military guy on a base. This is just some weird way he needs to get money to help him, out and when it is off time and stuff like that. So to somebody like her who's simple, it's easy for her to get what do you call it? Tricked. Well, I don't know what you call it. It's easier for them to convince her they're telling the truth. And now here's where the scam comes in. All right. The next part of the scam is they deposit duped. Correct. That's right. Easy for her to get duped. The next part of the scam is they send a fake check to your account. And now you're not going to hesitate to immediately go get them what they want because it worked the first time. He was honest. He sent the money cleared. I got him gift cards. Nothing bad happened. Now he needs to do it again. Okay, no problem. Except this time it's a fake check. And they do it on a Thursday night so that it doesn't clear until Monday. Okay, Thursday, Friday they do it. And now you get them. They realize that she has difficulty with this stuff, so it was very complicated for her to give them all the information they need because she's a little simple. So now they tried to do it with digital gift cards. They had her go online to sites and use her bank information to buy these gift cards. And of course, the bank clears some of the money right away, if not all of it. And so they basically forward you a loan, which also should be illegal. It should not be legal to do that. The bank should be required to hold the funds until they're cleared. And once they clear it, responsibility should be on the bank. But the bank doesn't want to do that because the bank wants to transfer liability to you. If the bank clears the funds, now the bank is on the hook if it's a scam. They don't want to be on the hook. They want you to be on the hook. They want to blame you. So they temporarily give you access as like a micro loan for the amount of the check for your convenience. And basically the money never clears. 6 months later they can say, well, that didn't clear, so they take the money back. And of course, they're not going to go after the scammer. The scammer's gone. The money's gone. They're going to come after the one person they can get a hold of, the innocent person. And I was like, okay, turn that off. And of course, they said, no, they can't turn that off. No, you mean you don't want to turn that off. Because by having that turned on, you're transferring legal liability to the one person who can't do anything about it, the innocent party who's being duped. If anybody at the bank looked at that for 3 seconds, they would know it's bad. Which is why Monday morning it bounces as bad. Because the bank knows it's a scam. But they already forwarded you the money and you already spent it and you already gave it to the bad guys as gift cards. The only reason she didn't get burned is they were greedy. They tried to buy too many gift cards from one place. They tried to buy, big $500 gift cards, and they tried to buy, 5 of them to get all the money at once. And they tried it 3 different times, and it failed 3 different times because the gift card companies' fraud detection systems detected the fraudulent transaction. So the gift card companies saw this and went, "Oh, that don't look right." And do you know why they did that? Because the government went after the gift card companies, and now the gift card companies, in some cases, have to accept liability for fraudulent transactions. So now, and only now, do the gift card companies do something about it. Because now they have skin in the game. Now they can't just transfer liability to the end user and say, well, fuck you, it's your problem. We got our money, we don't care. But now that the gift card companies can be held liable for that to a limited extent, especially the online digital ones, now all of a sudden, now, we can fix it. So it's not that the bank can't fix it, it's that the bank has no reason to fix it. It'd be easy for the bank to fix it, but they'd rather get the money. Because the bank wins no matter what happens. And so until there are consequences, until the banks are held liable, basically the government's going to have to say, no, if people get duped for gift cards, you pay it. They'll fix it like that. Overnight, they'll press a button and boom, it'll be fixed like that. You might say, well, why doesn't the bank just fix it? Well, because the bank profits on both ends. Oh, well, no, see, most banks are not insured for losses. Most banks are self-insured. All right, maybe a small bank might have insurance, but most banks are self-insured. And the banks have rigged the playing table so that they profit whether it's a scam or whether it's legitimate. Either way, the bank profits. Because remember, every time you do a transfer, the bank gets transfer fees. They win no matter what. And you might, people might, I love when people say, well, okay, so for example, here's an example. McDonald's shrank a large soda from 32 ounces to 30 ounces. So they made the large soda 2 ounces smaller. Now you might be thinking, come on, how much money can they make by charging you more and giving you 2 ounces less? It would blow your mind how much money McDonald's makes from that. There we go. I don't know why it does that. I've got to get a USB audio card and see if I can fix that. So if only half of their daily customers order a soda, and you know it's more than that. If half their customers order a soda, that's 34.5 million sodas per day. If shrinking the soda from 32 ounces to 30 ounces saves them a quarter of a penny, not 25 cents, not 1 cent, 0.25 cents, meaning 1/4 of 1 penny, meaning every 4 sodas saves them 1 cent. Okay? So let's divide by 4 again. 8.625 million. So 8625000 times 0.1. And then divide by 100. That's $8,625 per day. Or $3.15 million per year. So by shrinking the soda from 32 ounces to 30 ounces and charging you the same price, if we assume that saves McDonald's a quarter of a cent per soda, not a quarter, not a penny, 1/4 of 1 penny, they save or they profit $3.15 million per year. People have no comprehension the kind of scale these companies are working with. The scale is so extraordinary, and this is assuming half their customers. If 3/4 of their customers order a drink every day, that's like $4.4 million a year. No, I ordered a diet soda. It's not for my health. Well, you see, that's the difference. The napkin is controlled by the employee. So how many napkins you get depend on the employee you get. There's also a lot of false savings. So, for example, you notice McDonald's stopped caring if you ask for no ice. When McDonald's first started doing the $1 any size drink, so small, medium, or large, whatever size drink you got, it was $1. Yeah, do you ever notice how the signs say a la carte? A la carte means you have to take it as it comes. You can't edit it. You can't modify it. So if they put ice in the large soda, you can't ask for no ice. And you notice they stopped doing that? They stopped caring. Small shops, small shops run by people, they'll get bitchy if you ask for no ice. Some will. Some care if you ask for no ice. And that's ignorance. That's not them trying to increase their profits, or they think you're trying to get more soda for the price because it includes the ice in the price. Well, McDonald's doesn't give a shit about that kind of stuff once the bean counters actually get involved. Because it's not just one guy who has a false notion of savings. Do you know that including ice in the drink actually costs more than no ice? The cost to make, produce, and put the ice in your drink is more expensive than the tiny smidge of extra syrup you're going to get if you get it with no ice. It actually costs more to get no ice. That's why McDonald's, a big company, does not care if you ask for no ice. A local franchise owner might care because he's dumb. He's ignorant of reality. He doesn't realize that ice actually costs more money. Because those machines are very expensive, the ones that make ice. You have to pay for the water. You have to pay for the electricity to convert that water into ice. And the maintenance on an ice machine is extraordinary. If you don't maintain an ice machine, oh my God. If you ever opened up an ice machine that wasn't maintained, you would never order ice again. Because they get fucking disgusting. Oh my God. It's so bad. It's so absolutely horrible how bad they get. Let's see. 280. We're not going to do 80. That's way too high for PLA. And we're going to do 220. Let's see if it heats up. Now, of course, most places properly maintain their ice machines, and they're perfectly safe. But man, you go to a place like it happens a lot of pizzerias, because they're usually small mom and pop shops, and half of it is cheap laziness, and half of it is ignorance. They just don't know better. But yeah, when the repair guy comes in and goes, holy shit. Watch some YouTube videos on ice machine repair. You might never order ice again. But the point is, taking the ice out actually makes the soda cheaper. So McDonald's makes more profit when you ask for no ice. Which is why they stopped caring if people asked for no ice. Because they realized they're not losing money. They thought they were saving money by replacing some soda with ice. But they're not. They're not saving anything at all. Because the ice costs more than the syrup. But, yeah, I mean, it's what are you going to do? The shrinking is real. When now a small, that's why if you go to like a small shop, they don't do that. They don't care. They'll still serve a 32-ounce drink or a 44-ounce drink or something like that. Because when you're only selling a couple of thousand drinks a year, the cost difference is zero. The syrup is so cheap. The syrup that you make soda with is so cheap. It's probably, I don't know for sure, I haven't actually looked it up, it's probably less than the electricity to run the soda machine. It costs nothing. Sodas are so god-awful cheap. It's water with a little smidge of syrup. It comes in a concentrated box bag. You ever see boxed wine? It comes in like that. And there's a big connection on the top, and you plug it into your machine, and your machine draws the syrup out, and then it mixes the syrup with the carbonated water. The CO2 and the electricity probably cost more. Hey, that's heating up pretty fast. That's a pretty quick heat up. I'm probably going to screw up the sound again, and my mouse has stopped working again. Come on, there it goes. The Papa Noel is kind of cute. The pipe is kind of neat, but that looks like a long print. How about the puppy? That's got supports. I don't want to print that. That's a deer. Too much. I mean, these are pretty good sample prints that it comes with. I just don't want to spend that much time, because most of these are going to be like 3, 4, 5 hour prints. And that's also too big. Okay, so we're going to put my own files on here. My nose cone should print in 3 hours, and I can speed that up to bring it down to 90 minutes. G-code, G-code, G-code. Yeah, we could find a Marvin. Hang on. There it is. Marvin, come here, Marvin. They wish for me to print you. Alright, so let's set up a profile in Simplify 3D. I'm willing to bet my CR10 profile will be perfectly fine. Let's see, 0.9444. Retraction, this is a Bowden, so let's use 6. 25mm a second, 8mm wipe. Let's save as new. Weedo ME40. Layers, 0.2333 is fine. Addition. Let's do a skirt with a 25. Let's do a 35mm offset. 2 perimeters. Infill 25% is fine. The electricity to make the ice and the maintenance service plan to maintain the ice machine costs more than the syrup. The difference in syrup. The difference between your cup with ice and your cup filled with no ice. That increase in amount of syrup is cheaper than the ice. Now, the ice is also cheap, right? But you have some vendors who, why won't it go to 220? Did I leave it at 200? No, I set it for 220. So why isn't it going to 220? Yeah, it's nothing. Now, the ice is also nothing. It's very small, but technically, over 35 million customers, there is a tangible cost for ice and soda, and it is less than the cost of the syrup. Heat bed, 60. Extruder, 2210. That's good enough for now. 3,100. 400. We are slowing it down to P300 and X3. 50 millimeters per second is fine. I could probably do 60. That all looks good. Update profile. Get rid of you. Where is my Marvin? I want my Marvin. Oh, that's over here. It doesn't make sense to set a temperature limit of 200. PLA. A temperature limit of 200 doesn't make any sense. I mean, even some PLAs need to print higher than 200. Okay. Yeah, PLA prints anywhere from 180 to 240 depending on nozzle size and the type of PLA. That looks good. Let's save that to the USB drive. I would not use 70C on a bed for PLA. If you're printing on glass, like you're printing on a mirror or something like that, okay, 70 might work. But 70 on a fake tack type surface, I wouldn't do that. Okay, we have some G-code. Can I do it blind? There's the slot. Oh, I know. Well, okay. There are some places that you go to that they will not let you order the soda without ice. Or if you insist, you get less soda. Okay? That's because those owners are under the false impression that they save money by adding ice to the soda. That is incorrect on their part. McDonald's is large enough to calculate everything to the nth degree. And McDonald's realized that they don't save any money by forcing you to get ice. So McDonald's doesn't care if you say no ice. Yeah, I like sweet iced tea too. But originally, McDonald's did. That's why the sign says $1 any size a la carte. They're telling you you have to get the ice. But then the McDonald's bean counters realized we're not saving anything. The syrup costs nothing. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. There's we have high winds around here, so you don't want to leave an open door loose. They have our McDonald's here actually has an exterior door into the freezer. They have an insulated exterior door into the freezer, so you can access the freezer from outside. And I guess they left the door open one day and blew the door right off its hinges. The door was just laying on the ground there. You look inside, there's the freezer. Yeah, they have big tanks. They have a truck that comes by, fills the syrup. They have the truck comes by and fills the CO2 and everything. It's all big tanks and trucks delivery. It's pretty cool, actually. But McDonald's realized that they're not saving any money by forcing you to get ice. In fact, it's costing them more. So they might as well let you order whatever you want because it's good for customer relations. But some small shops haven't realized that. They are under the false impression that they're losing money if you get all soda and no ice. And that's why you'll see some places get nasty with you if you ask for no ice. It's rare, but it happens. Not for sale in the UK. I haven't found it for sale in the US either. Although I haven't looked hard. I checked Amazon. It's not there. Okay, so print. Hey! Someone who actually uses the goddamn screen. Look! No icons with little itty-bitty short names underneath it. You can actually see the names of everything. Good job! Look at that! That is wonderful! I have no idea what all this means. There we go. Let's see if it does what it's supposed to do. No, looks like it might have the ability to include a picture. I think Cura does that. They include a picture. So it looks like maybe their slicer might include a picture. There we go. Now we're heating up the nozzle. They're right. Now, McDonald's actually compensates for that. McDonald's has made an art of the soda. Even their straw is designed in such a way to enhance the experience of drinking Coke. Their machines actually use slightly too much syrup so that it doesn't get watered down with the ice. That's what I heard. I haven't verified that, but someone told me that they actually compensate for the presence of the ice. I hate homing at the top. It unrolls the damn filament. It's so annoying. I mean, I get it, but it's annoying. Yeah, I'm assuming it's a Robin Nano because it has the Wi-Fi option. Oh, see, I hate ice. It waters the drink down. It makes it too cold. It's already cold enough coming out. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta feed in the excess. Because we never pushed the filament in when the hot end was hot. We are too low, I think. Can I adjust? Baby step, yes. That looks good. Little baby step. Come on. This already has a filament detector, but I usually turn that off. It's a pain in the ass. If theirs is reliable, I'll leave it on. Yeah, that looks good. Actually, it is giving me a prediction. We're 3 minutes in, and it says an hour and 23 remaining. Although it looks like it's adjusting. It's still going down. Hour 18, because it should only take about 40 minutes to print this. So that predicted time should go down as it gets more accurate. So it looks like it's dynamically predicting the time. That's kind of cool. They blame you. It's holding the temperature, 209, 210. So it's fluctuating like half a degree. The bed is rock solid. But yeah, the hot end might need a pid tune, but it's holding. And now it's a solid 210. very quiet. This is going at 60 millimeters per second. And when you compensate for acceleration, that's going to change things a little bit. It's currently predicting 49 minutes and it's still dropping. So it should end up right around 35, 40 minutes. No, 60 is the maximum. So obviously you're never going to hit that maximum except on a straightaway. And that's assuming your acceleration is high enough. Right now I'm using my standard... now let me get this in here so it's not blocking my face so much. Right now I'm using my standard CR10 profile, which is a jerk and acceleration of 3 and 300, print speed of 60, 50% outer layer underspeed, and when you account for the acceleration limits, it's probably averaging 30, 35. You know, as I get a better feel for the printer, I'll try going faster and faster and see how it goes. Exactly. There's things you can do to change. Oh, plus, I didn't turn off minimum layer time either. And on such a small part, minimum layer time is going to have a much bigger impact. So, for example, this is, of course, Simplify 3D's prediction, 35 minutes. So it'll probably be about 40. But if I turn off minimum layer time, 18 minutes. So yeah, this entire thing is being slowed down by minimum layer time. So let's crank it up a little bit. There we go. The best speed I've ever gotten good results from, or at least acceptable results, 80 millimeters per second. That was a programmed max, so probably averaging 55, 60. So now we're probably hitting 55, 60. Maybe 50. Between 50 and 60. What's interesting is the speed doesn't have any granularity in between 100 and 200. Okay. Dual through 1 or dual through 2? What is better? That's actually harder to determine than you might think. The advantage of dual through 1 is that your offset is 0. So there is no offset. You level the bed, you print. The disadvantage of a dual is clogging is much more common because you're pushing 2 filaments through one nozzle. So you're retracting one, pushing another, retracting that one, pushing the other one. Okay? You also have the problem of purge. You've got to purge the filament from the nozzle, otherwise you're getting mixes of colors. If your retraction settings are improper, or you have an unusually stringy filament, what can happen is you can retract one, leave a string going in, and that string might be enough to jam the second one when it tries to go in. The advantage of dual head is that you need very little purge block. You basically just have to purge the hydrolyzed filament that's in the hot end. If filament sits in the hot end hot for too long, it goes bad basically. It breaks down. And so you got to purge that little tiny bit of filament. But it's not much. It's a tiny little bit. That's why you'll see printers like IDEX printers. They'll have a purge bucket. And the printer will just, purge into the bucket and then scrape over the brush to clear off the hot end. Because you don't need that much purge. You also never get color. The cooling is not that great. You can see we're getting a little warping on the front of his is bum there, that is from slightly inadequate cooling. The disadvantage of a dual head printer is that you reduce your build volume on the x-axis, because now you have to be able to place those two nozzles in the same spot. And since those nozzles have an offset, you lose that much x build volume. Also, you have to calibrate the heads. So you have to mechanically align the heads so that they are exactly level with each other. Because otherwise, one head is, you'll tell it to go up 0.2 millimeters, but that head's 0.1 millimeters too high, so you're actually printing at 0.3 millimeters with one head and 0.2 millimeters with the other head, and the one head can crash into the layer printed by the previous head, so that's a disadvantage of a dual head. And then you also have the issue of you have to calibrate the alignment of those two heads. So when it moves, to use the other head, if it doesn't move the correct distance, your color layers won't line up. So instead of having this, you'll end up with this. Well, that's not any longer. You're setting the Z offset because that's a problem. That's why you have to set the offset for each one. Now, IDEX has a big advantage in that the two heads are independent. Now, for dual color, that doesn't matter. Actually, that makes the problem worse because now you don't have two heads actually bolted together. Instead, you have two independent heads. And those heads have to be exactly the same position every time, or you have a calibration alignment issue. That's why the modern IDEX printers like the Artist D, the ME40 Pro, come with proprietary hot ends that you can't mess with. Because in order to make that thing consumer friendly, they have to be able to reliably and consistently machine and align those two heads exactly every single time. So that when you tell it to print with two heads, you don't have to mess with all that calibration and adjustment. That's why those heads are so big. That's why they're so proprietary. That's why they're so bulletproof. Because if they move, things stop working correctly. Now, that's how they solve that problem. Also, IDEX usually has space on both sides to move the heads out of the way, which means you don't lose X and Y build volume, but the printer is bigger. The advantages of IDEX are a little different. The advantages of IDEX aren't dual color. That is one thing you can do with IDEX. You can do dual color, but that's not the reason you use an IDEX. The reason you use an IDEX is for mirroring and duplication. Because the two X heads are independent of each other, you can print two things at the same time. Now, of course, you lose half your build volume, so if you have a 300 by 300 build volume, you can't print two 300 by 300 things. But you can print two 150 by 300 things, and you can print them at the same time. Well, dissolvable supports, that's irrelevant, because the dual head can use that, the single nozzle can use that, and the IDEX can use that. I'm talking about the features of an IDEX that are unique to IDEX. Now, there are limitations. You can print two of the exact same thing, or you can print one thing mirrored, so a left side and a right side. So if you designed, for example, a sneaker, you don't have to design the right one. You can just design the left one and tell the IDEX print to mirror it. And it'll print two copies that are mirrored, or it'll print two copies that are identical. The reason you can't print two different objects is while the X can move independently, they are still using a shared Y. So when you move the Y-axis, they both have to have the exact same Y motion in their G-code, because you don't have two separate Y beds moving side to side. So that's why you can do duplication, and that's also why you could do mirror. Because when you do a mirror, your Y motion stays the same, only your X motion changes. And since you have two independent heads, you can do that. That's why you can only do duplication or mirror, and you can't print like a Marvin here and a Creality Cat here, because they would have different Y movements, and you can't do that. I have to say, the modern IDEXs, they work well. I mean, I can literally, as long as in my slicer, as long as I put my object on the left-hand side of the print bed, I can just go into the IDEX menu and just click mirror or click duplication, and it just works. And the cool thing is, you can combine sequential printing with IDEX duplication printing. So, for example, if I'm printing nose cones and I want to print 3 of them, I can tell the slicer, print the first one, then print the second one, then print the third one, and as long as all 3 of those are on the left-hand side, I can then on the printer say IDEX duplication. And now it'll print 2 here, and then print 2 here, and then print 2 here. So I get 6 nose cones in one print job. That's nice. Now, you could, of course, do that with a single head printer. You can, exactly. It doesn't cut the print time in half. It cuts the duplication time in half. All right? Each part still takes the same amount of time to print. But because you can print 2 simultaneously, those time spans are concurrent. So I can tell this printer to make 6 nose cones the same as the IDEX printer. Well, not quite actually, because remember with the sequential print, you have to make sure that the X arm and the head does not crash into your previous print, which means I cannot do a sequential print where I print 1 here and 1 here, because when the nozzle's finished printing this one and it comes over here to print this one, that X arm is going to crash into the first nozzle. So I have to offset them. 1 here, then 1 here, then 1 here, then 1 here. I could probably only fit 4. But because IDEX is printing 2 simultaneously with 2 separate heads, I can fit 6. And not only can I fit 6, but it will only take the print time of printing 3. Because remember, 2 independent heads printing simultaneously. It's really freaking cool. I don't know if you can make this home to the bottom of the printer. I'm guessing no. I'm guessing that it homes to the top and then measures a specific amount down, which is why you manually level the bed first and then set your offset. Your offset compensates for, you built it slightly differently, so it's slightly different height. And so it's using a measured, it's homing like a delta. It's going to the top, homing, and then coming down a specific amount. Yeah, the FlashForge printers are very good. They're a little bit annoying to work on. They're usually quite noisy. They're also very expensive, but they're extremely robust and very well built. I have a FlashForge Creator 2 or Creator Pro 2 or something like that. It's a $1,500 printer. They sent me one. Beautiful machine. It's one of my favorite machines. It's a very, very nice machine. But it's heavy. It's a big boy. And that big plastic enclosure, it reverberates. Yeah, very, very heavy. Also, another brand that's really good is Chidi-Tech. CHIDI, I think it's called. They also make very good, more industrial, heavy-duty printers that are actually reasonably priced. So, very, very good machines. Let me turn off the light. The light was actually helping. I still just use Simplify 3D. But, yeah, the, Soval makes very good machines. I stopped doing that. Am I too close? There we go. Nope, it lost it again. I need to give it something to focus on. Come on. It's having a tough time getting focus. I guess I need the light. Yeah, I need a light. The problem is the light blows out the white filament. I have not seen that printer yet. Woo! $70,000! Holy crap! That's a lot of money. Is that the one that lays down the solid strand of composite material in the print as it prints? Like you can lay down strings of carbon fiber in the print itself? Yeah, that's impressive. Very, very impressive machine. I thought they could do other things too, like glass and Kevlar. I thought they had other things you could put in there. Yeah, see, Kevlar is nice. Kevlar will give you better toughness, while carbon fiber will give you better stiffness. Yeah, it says 14 minutes left.
I'm Groot.
Nice! I'm telling you, if it wasn't such a pain in the ass to print with, and if I didn't already have 700 kilograms of PLA, I would print with ABS. You know I print my nose cones, you know, the nose cones for my rockets, and I printed one of my 3-inch nose cones on my Ender 3 with no enclosure using ABS. Now, granted, it was a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, so layer adhesion was very good. If you tried that with a 0.4, it'd probably split apart on you. I had the bed at 120 degrees, so I'd have that nice heat bubble around the ABS, and I was printing at 255 Celsius with no fan. I'm telling you, that ABS nose cone was the best damn and nicest looking nose cone I've ever printed. That ABS was so clean and smooth. It was amazing. Oh yeah, if you go to narimlive.com, N-A-R, I can just type it into chat. Well, PLA is stronger than ABS, but ABS is tougher. So PLA is stronger, but ABS is tougher at impact. But the big thing is the parts won't distort when they're sitting in your hot car or out in a hot field. But that ABS nose cone was the best damn nose cone I ever printed. I mean, it was, the layers were so perfect. It was so clean. It was so smooth. You would almost think that thing was injection molded if you didn't look close enough to see the 0.4 millimeter thick layers. Yeah, I printed with fat layers. I got to get more into ABS because it just works. Okay, with the bigger nozzles, it's much more forgiving than the than with a 0.4 nozzle. With a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, the ABS parts are far less likely to warp and delaminate just because the layer bonding is so much stronger because it's 3 times as wide. Without an enclosure. If you want to print detailed ABS, if you want to print a Marvin in ABS, actually you probably could print this Marvin with ABS. The heat envelope created above this is probably going to act as a pseudo enclosure as long as you don't have too much of a draft in the room. Like having a ceiling fan on will destroy your print. But having a mini split blow on it, even hot air, will destroy your print. I've even had that mess up a PLA print. You could also print a, what's it called? What's that called? Is it a wipe shell? When you print a shell around the model, you could print a shell around the model that'll help retain heat next to the model. And it's only 1 layer thick, so it's not going to take up much filament. You can do that too if you want to play with ABS parts. Just crank your heat bed up to 120. Slow down the print a little bit. Print at 250, 255C, and just make sure there's no draft. And you can get away without an enclosure. You'd be surprised how often. And I want to try a vase mode print like this with ABS with a fatter nozzle. See how light and fast I can make it. The problem is the trick that I use to make these double wall vase mode nose cones. This is actually 2 walls. It's not a single layer. The trick that I use, I don't know how to do it in Fusion. I don't know how to do it. It might not be that hard. Actually, it might not be that hard at all. Since Fusion works off of sketches, creating the cuts should actually be easier. I just have to learn how to set up the constraints. Yeah, I've printed with ABS and I've had no problem with fumes. But then again, I print in very large rooms that are very well. There's a lot of exchange. There's a lot of ventilation. So if you have an older sealed up small house with small rooms, yeah, I can see that being a problem. But this room here is you know, this room here has got to be 700 or 800 square feet. Because it's the hallway, the living room, and the kitchen all combined. It's all one big open space. So the fumes just haven't been a problem. But yeah, the trick with ventilating is to not create a draft when you do it. I would even think like an enclosure with a 4-inch tube, and then a little tidy like 40mm fan. You're not looking to actually exchange the air. What you're looking to do is to create just a very, very, very slight negative pressure environment. So any expelling of gases that occur from the filament tend to go outside instead of inside. So you just want that very, very slight negative environment. But the problem with ABS, though, is you can't get colors. You're not going to get all the nice, fancy, cool colors with ABS that you do with PLA. I mean, if you're going to paint the part, it doesn't matter. You just print everything with white ABS, or natural ABS with no coloring. But if you're printing parts in order to color them, like this is designed to be ready to go, you know, you don't have to do any painting, well, then that becomes a problem. Simple ones like this, no problem. But like you're not going to get any there we go. You're not going to get any, you know, Joel-telling high five blue in ABS. You know, maybe they can make some, but you know, that's just not going to happen. There's just not as much variety. So, which is a pity, especially if you're budgeting. You know, if you're trying to save money. I gotta find my deburring tool. And that's where an all-metal hot end starts to come in handy if you start printing with ABS. Just because the ABS itself doesn't need the high all-metal hot end. But when you're printing at 260 degrees, you're going to break down your... You're going to break down your PTFE tube pretty fast, printing at that high temperature. Although a volcano would also help take care of that. If you print with a volcano, you effectively have an all-metal hot end. You have a hybrid all-metal hot end. Not nearly as much heat is going to get to your PTFE tube if you're printing with a volcano. I'll probably try it on my Viper. It's got a volcano hot end. It seems like an ideal machine to play with that. Well, now I can turn that off, and it'll maintain focus. There we go. Boy, it's chilly in here today. I guess having that heater on in my room makes a bigger difference than I thought in keeping the whole house warm. Because it's 65 degrees in here. That's pretty chilly. Three minutes left. The Sidewinder X2 is probably similar to the Chiron, where the silicon dioxide plate is glued to the aluminum carriage plate. Removing it's going to be hard. And I don't know if they do this on the Sidewinder, but they definitely do it on the Chiron. They use a thinner aluminum plate because they don't need to use a thick one because the glass is adhered to it. Which is fine when you're using the glass plate, but not so fine if you're going to replace the glass plate with something else. That's a tough one. I mean, I would use solvents to work off the plate. Try to get it off with a solvent and work a tool through it. Because if you use brute force, you're going to warp the plate. No questions, no negotiation. If you use brute force, you will warp that plate. Come on. I need my back scratcher. Oh. Hey, that looks pretty good. The keychain hook is printing very nicely. Yeah, you pretty much have to just put it right on top of the glass. It sucks, but there's not too much of another way around it. Ooh, almost popped that one. Let that cool down a little bit. Another nice thing about a flex plate, you can pull it off and then just wave it around to cool it off. That's a nice feature too. There we go. Yeah, that was a little bit too low. Also, if you have a metal table like I do, just put the flex plate on the table, and that will take care of a lot of the cooling as well. Alright, let's try printing one of my nose cones. F15 nose cone. How does the Marvin look? A little bit of saggy butt. Slight bit of over extrusion. So I'm going to lower the extrusion multiplier down to 0.92. Details are good. Overhangs are good except for the slight bit of droopy butt. Let me see if I can show you guys up close what this looks like. Boy, it's really hard to get that aligned. Let's turn it off. Okay, so here is our Marvin. White is a real pain in the butt to see sometimes. That's good. Okay. So you can see here, see how the zits look like little bumps? That means we are over extruding just a tiny bit, not much, just a little bit. So I'll drop that extrusion multiplier down a little bit. I thought they were going to send me something. I thought, maybe I was talking to, maybe I thought it was the wrong company, but I haven't gotten anything. I'll have to check my messages. But yeah, that little zit line there, so it's over extruding just a tiny bit. Keychain feels good. I can push on it pretty hard to put an imprint in my hand, and that holds. Details on the side look good. You can see the little bit of droopy butt. Okay, so there, you can see that little flat spot right there. Right there, that's a little droopy butt from not quite adequate cooling. It's also possible I was printing too hot for this filament. Hey, you can see the white lettering from the name on the bed came off. But otherwise, good Marvin. I do not have a complaint about that. I think I'm a little too high, maybe not. It is sticking, so I'll leave it. This is Ender 2G code, so this is not optimized for this printer. Did this remember my 200%? Yes, it did. So this is also printing at 200%. Let me see if I have any messages from Wizmaker. Maybe not. I might have thought Weedo was Wizmaker. Nope, nothing from Wizmaker. Ooh, someone made a derivative of one of my things. Hey, someone else made another articulated gadget with one of my things. That's awesome. Oh, that's cute. Someone used my articulated anything core pieces to make a new fish. I love it. We're going to add that to my articulated flexi critters collection. And then I'm also going to download it. Because why not? In fact, let's print that. That'd be a pretty fast print. So we are going to drop down to 0.92 for extrusion multiplier. Get rid of the Marvin. Bring in the fish. And we will leave it small to reduce print time. Additions.
I'm Groot.
2 at 10 millimeters away will be fine now. We don't need that much infill. I will change to rectilinear and 10%. There we go. You might have to reset your resolution again. YouTube might drop you down to 144p again. Where is that spool? Oh, there's a spool. What's that? Oh, that's white. By the way, if anybody knows, maybe a printer manufacturer where I can get these little 250 gram spools cheap, like a couple dollars each, like $1 or $2 each, because I know they don't cost that much. Well, sometimes when I close OBS and reopen OBS, obviously the stream stops streaming momentarily, and some browsers will see that as a bandwidth interruption, and they'll dump you down to 144p. So I always mention it so people realize, oh yeah, I gotta change that. But if anybody knows where I can get these little 250 gram spools really, really cheap, I mean, I want to pay like $2 a piece for them. You know, I'll buy $100 worth, especially if I can get it in non-white. You know, I'll take all one color if I have to, but I'd love to have random colors. No black. But these are wonderful when I'm traveling. When I'm on the field and I want to print parts, you know, rocket parts right there on the field or at a show or an event, these are wonderful because they're small, they pack light. I can, you know, I'm not going to use more than a kilogram of filament, you know, the whole event. So I can just grab 3 or 4 of these and toss them in my bag. And they're just really handy when you're printing mobile. But I shouldn't have used that spool this came with. Usually I save the little spools the printers come with. And no, you can't re-spool your own spools. You're cracking the surface of the PLA, and when you do that, you're going to come back to that spool later and it's going to be in pieces. So don't do that. Where is that spool? It disappeared. I must have pushed it off and it went all the way off. We got yellow. Yeah, that's enough to print one of those. I want to print the little fishy, the little fishy, but I don't want to print in white. Any other? But yeah, I would love to get cardboard. I would love for somebody to make a cheap set of 250 gram spools with cardboard spools. This way there's less wastage. But yeah, I would love to find a cheap source of these. Sermon D1 is a good printer. Selling the Ender 3 was a bad idea. Go buy another Ender 3. They're 150 bucks. They're dirt cheap. Having two printers is very convenient because then you can have two prints going simultaneously. So if you have a 7-day print going on a Sermon D1, which is a very good machine, by the way, I'm very pleased with mine. If you have a 7-day print going on a Sermon D1, you can still print something else on the Ender 3, for example. Are they still on sale for $99 from Micro Center? Nice. $100 Ender, and that's a Nerys printer too. I believe it's an Ender 3 Pro. That's the printer I had a hand in designing. The only screw up they made, well, two screw ups they made. I wanted them to put the little PTFE tube in the feeder unit, which they didn't do. Or include a metal one, which they didn't. Or did they? I don't remember. But also, I wanted them to use a steel flex plate, and they used that flexible flex plate, which is garbage. But you can buy just the steel plate from Wham Bam or TH3D or Filament One. Just get the 235 by 235 flex plate, and it will stick to the Creality magnetic bed just fine. Save you some money. The magnet on the Creality is not as good as the the brass ring doesn't help. The filament will chew right through that brass ring eventually. What works great on your resin printer? I don't see another post from you, so I have no context for that. It's not good for long prints? How come? I haven't had a problem with mine. Then again, I haven't done any week-long prints with it. I've been avoiding doing, 10-day prints by simply optimizing the prints for the Chiron, which is a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, so it never takes 10 days. I could print the full build volume in 24 hours. So even a 6-foot model only takes layer shift, huh? I haven't had that. Interesting. Is something overheating? That's weird. Oh, cool. Okay. I never had a problem removing prints from my resin printer. Never had a problem. If it's a tiny print, I use this. Otherwise, I just take a metal scraper like this and just give it a thump. Pop, pop, and it comes right off every time. Yeah, that sounds like something overheating. I'm wondering if they're... no, 1.2 millimeter nozzle, and I use 1.75 millimeter filament. and it works just fine on a stock hot end. I'm only printing at 30 millimeters per second, but that's still 3 times faster than you. Because if you're printing at 60 millimeters per second, I lower down to 30 millimeters per second, because if you go 60, you can't melt the filament fast enough. But because I'm laying down a 1.2 millimeter filament path, and because I'm laying down a 0.4 to 0.6 millimeter layer height, oh nice. The with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle at 30 millimeters per second, I'm still extruding, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 6 times the amount of plastic per linear millimeter as you are with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle. Because I'm doing 1.2 wide instead of 0.4 wide, so that's 1, 2, 3. And I'm doing a 0.4 millimeter layer instead of a 0.2, so that's 3 times 2. That's 6 times the volume. So I'm going half this linear speed, but because I'm extruding 6 times the volume per linear millimeter, I'm actually making the print at 3 times the speed. Meaning you would have to print at 180 millimeters per second with a 0.4 millimeter nozzle to get the same result that I get with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle at 30 millimeters per second. Oh wow. $280 for a Sermon D1's a good price. Aren't they like $5.99 or something like that, or $4.99? They're pretty expensive printers, I thought. Well, the quality depends on what you're printing. If you try printing a Marvin, it ain't gonna work. Oh god, I keep yawning. But if you try printing a Marvin, it's not gonna work. You're printing a 1.2 millimeter extrusion. But if you're printing, you know, a nose cone for a 4-inch rocket, you ain't gonna tell the difference. If you're printing a person 6 feet tall, it looks fine. If you're trying to print details this big, well, that's going to be a problem. But when your details are this big, it's fine. And you can go lower layer height. You can still print at 0.2 millimeter layer height if you want. And you'll still go 1.5 times as fast. But I prefer thicker layers, because then you go even faster. I can print a 400 by 400 by 400 millimeter part in 20 hours, 20 to 26 hours, depending on how much detail is in there. You know, it's mostly hollow. In fact, the only reason I use 2 perimeters instead of 1 perimeter is that the first perimeter is always goofy. The Sermon, if you're printing PLA or PET G, you need to open the doors, or things are going to get soft. Even with the top open, you need to open them doors. Got a couple of these Mountain Dew energy drinks, 25 cents a can. If you're going to print ABS or something like that, yes. These were, there was a 75-cent coupon for my Ibotta. These are normally $1.50. And these were on sale for $1. So $1 minus 75, I got it for 25 cents a can. So I grabbed a couple. Michelle likes them, so I grab them every now and then. I hate when I have to tell her no when we go into the store. If she wants more of them, I was like, we gotta wait until they're on sale. We can't afford to buy $1.50 energy drinks. It's too expensive. You know, when they're 25 cents a can, sure. We can afford 25 cents a can. ABS, turn the fan off. You don't need the fan. At least I've never needed the fan. Depends on what you're printing, though. Obviously, it depends on what you're printing. Usually, the residual air coming off the hot end fan is enough. ABS is, at least with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, ABS has been surprisingly docile for me. I was really impressed with how well it printed. The problem is I just don't have much ABS, and I can't afford to buy some. I don't got the money to go buying filament. I got 700 kilograms of filament. I need to use that. See, every time you see it stop, it's actually printing. ABS Plus is not ABS. ABS Plus, I believe, is a modified PETG. So look that up. ABS Plus is not a. At least every ABS Plus I've seen is not ABS. Which would explain why the fan's working and it's easier to print with. Like I said, maybe you have some actual ABS Plus, but every single ABS Plus I've seen is not ABS at all. There's no ABS in it. Esun ABS Plus. Interesting. I didn't know Esun had an ABS Plus. I think it's something I'm doing on my end. I think another part of Windows is taking control of the sound, and so OBS loses access to the sound. What's weird, though, is OBS shows sound. Like, it has that little sound meter, so it shows you your sound levels. That continues to work, which tells me ABS is hearing the sound. But why isn't it transmitting it? I don't understand. I mean, I don't know if it's a problem with ABS or OBS, or if it's a problem with the computer. Okay, so here is Esun ABS Plus. It says it's acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, which is ABS. Does it actually have like, I wonder if they're adding polycarbonate to it. Yeah, see, it says it's brittle.
I'm Groot.
And I don't want brittle, not for a rocket. Scratching my leg. I just gotta be careful not to scratch too hard. Why aren't you in focus? Come on. Get it together. Too close. There we go. Oh, that felt good. The fans are surprisingly quiet on this. Finally, someone made a quiet printer with quiet fans. It's about damn time. Yeah, because a couple of people here are posting that they have really brittle results when they print with it. And it looks like right now they only have black. Yeah, I see people saying that. 250, 260. That's what makes me think it's got polycarbonate in it. And brittle might happen if you don't print hot enough. That actually might explain the brittle. Like it's not fully melting. They only have one color though, black. I don't print in black. Black sucks. I don't care what anybody says, black sucks. PC is easy to print with. It's actually very easy to print with. What it is, it's hard to make it stick. PC doesn't like sticking to the bed, but it's very easy to. Once you get it to stick, it's easy to print with. It prints like PLA. But again, you got to print hot, or the part will come apart. They might have more colors, but not on Amazon. On Amazon, they only have one. Let me try with the plus symbol. That might be why. Yeah, they got 3mm white, and they got 1.75mm black. And that's it. They only have those two rolls on Amazon. 3mm white or 1.75 black. Well, yeah, I know, obviously. But for rocket parts where the person's going to paint when they're done, it doesn't matter what color it is. I just don't like black because it's a pain in the ass to print with. I'm just not a fan of black. I prefer white. And also, if you want to paint a light color over black, yeah, good luck. You're going to need multiple layers of primer first and then your colors. But, oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, my favorite is natural, meaning no colorant, just the ABS. It's got like a milky translucent color to it. Well, I'm of the opinion, well, for the parts that I make, meaning for rocket parts, if I have to sand, I screwed up. Time for a reprint. Meaning my parts should be smooth enough that you don't need to sand. And most of them are. You know, that requires no sanding. So for me, if the part requires sanding, then I didn't print it very well. And that is just buttery smooth. You know, that does not require any sanding. Now, obviously, if you're trying to get a mirror finish, okay, you're probably going to need to do a little fill. So use a high fill primer to fill the gaps and then sand. That's what I mean. The layers are so nicely laid down that there's no layer lines to remove. I mean, they're there if you can feel them. Okay, that's the layer lines. And if you look close enough, I mean, if you're like this, you can see them. But just holding the part like this, you can't see the layers. I mean, look. Where's the layers? You know, if your machine is tuned correctly, if it's mechanically adjusted correctly, you shouldn't have layers. Now, if you want an automotive glossy finish, okay, you're going to need to fill, right? You're going to put a high fill primer and sand it, and you're going to go through a lot of work until you have that glass-like surface. They should be. It should be one of the default sizes that are available, so measure the size of your plate. So I know this Sermon, do you want to, it's bigger than 235 build volume, isn't it? Wasn't it close to 3x3? It's 280 by 260. So, you have to see, is your bed exactly 280 by 60, or is it a little bit bigger than 280 by 60? Like, this printer is 300 by 300, but I'm betting that this plate is 310 by 310. That's what they usually are. Where's my tape measure at? They're usually 310 by 310. Hey, drone shots! So you have to measure what the plate actually is, and then see whatever you can find that's close enough, that's at least as big, but not too big. Because of the way that printer's laid out, you can oversize a little bit without a problem. Like a 280 by 280 might work fine. But 280 by 260 is a standard size, or at least a common size. Wham Bam Systems. Yeah, there's a 290 by 290. That 290 by 290 should work just fine. I don't know. I haven't actually looked at what the S1 is. Hang on a second. Let me finish double checking here. Yeah, the 290 by 290 kit should work just fine. Trim down the mag plate to be exactly correct, and then the steel plate's fine being oversized. Okay, S1 Pro. So it looks like an Ender 3 with some CR6 SE add-ons. That construction at the top is kind of weird, where the runout sensor is. Oh, it's direct drive. Well, that's kind of cool. That sprite feeder looks kind of neat. Color touchscreen. I'm kind of concerned about the Anker printer. I mean, everybody seems to be super excited about it being a consumer level printer, and it looks to me like it's a variation of the CR6 SE or the Anycubic Viper. Oh, it's a light bar. No sound? I just rebooted it. That funny thing up top is a light bar. That's kind of cool, actually. 300 degree. Spring steel build plate. Finally, Creality is ditching that stupid flexible cloth one. Thank you. Spring steel is the way to go. Liquid cooling? They have a liquid cooling option? Anker does usually make pretty good stuff. I just don't think it's going to be as I think it's going to be good. I just don't think it's going to be as mind-blowingly good as people think. I think it's going to be Anker's take on an Anycubic Viper or CR6 SE. That's what I think. Meaning it's going to have the same problems every other 3D printer has. But if it has proprietary, hard-to-repair components, that makes it worse. One of the things that I like about a printer like this is that you take this metal shell off and you have access to everything. Everything is standardized, easily available. Yeah, I saw all metal feeder, double gear feeder unit, all metal hot end. It's got the built-in light bar at the top. It's got the color touchscreen. It looks pretty damn nice. Expanded build volume too. 220 by 220 by 270, which is nice. Oh, 350 watt power supply. Oh, Type C. Nice. No more freaking micro USB cables. Although I'm totally happy with this cable. This cable is perfectly adequate. If the internet or an app is mandatory, I don't even want it. Don't even bother sending me one. If I can't print air-gapped, I don't even want your gadget. $500. What kind of auto bed leveling does it use, though? You see, why would they go back to using a BL Touch style bed leveling when their strain gauge works so well? Well, it has an SD card slot and it has a touchscreen. So I don't see any reason why it would require the app or the internet to work. Oh, I destroyed the remote control for my drone. I want to find the engineer at Sony who designed that, and I want to shove this completely up his ass. I want to take this, put it up the guy's ass, and move it around a little bit. Really make sure he feels it. Because, as you know, a micro USB cable is asymmetrical. Alright, so one side is smaller than the other. So, in theory, it only goes in one way. It can be hard to put in, but it only goes in one way. Well, for some stupid, asinine, what the hell were you thinking? Are you a moron? Are you stupid? Is there something wrong with your brain, Sony? They decided to make the actual opening for the micro USB port on the controller symmetrical. Which means the micro USB cable will go in both directions. The problem is the little tongue inside there. Oh, really? Cool. I don't see a link. So to show you what I mean, pretty much anything is better than, well, pretty much, okay, I won't say better than, because it is a very good printer. Pretty much anything can equal a Prusa Mark III. There's not really a whole lot special about the Prusa Mark III, in my opinion. It's a very good printer. There's no question it's a good machine. But it is not superior to current modern-day Chinese printers in any feasible manner. In any way that matters. Here we go. Oh, interesting. There is a port that actually looks like what's on the drone. So here's micro B. That's your typical micro USB port. So you can see how it's got a chamfered edge on one end. That makes it asymmetrical. But this micro A is symmetrical. And that looks like what's on the drone controller. Very interesting. Okay. So they may have put a micro A housing around the micro B port. Or they intended to go USB-C and never actually did it. Because here's what happens. So here are the ports, okay? This is a micro B connection, either one of these. What happens is, because this opening was symmetrical, yes, that is doable, but it's a special kind of cable that has a little thing that can flip back and forth on the inside. But you see this little tongue right here? You see that little tiny tongue? Let me zoom in on that. So you see this little tongue right here? When you put the USB cable in backwards, it goes in. And then it proceeds to summarily destroy the little tongue. which is where all the data pins are. Yeah. It's like, fuck you, DJI. Like, you bastard. See, if this is what it's supposed to be, but because the this tongue is offset off to one side, when you put the cable in backwards, it destroys this. I believe the reversible micro USB cables, the portion that engages this is flexible, so it can push to either side and make the connection. That's why the USB-C is better. Probably not. It's a 1.5 years old. I doubt they're going to warranty, and they'll say it's user error, which is technically correct. Technically, I put the cable in backwards. But I put the cable in backwards because the idiots designed it in a supremely stupid way. So thankfully, oh yeah, I'm gonna solder on a new micro USB port. No, I have not. Actually the was it Comgrow Z1, really freaking good. And the firmware update fixed the problem I was having. They had one particular batch that had a firmware issue that they corrected, but because I got a beta unit, I got one from that batch before they realized the problem. So anybody buying one shouldn't have that problem. But there's two. Let me try to find it. Hang on. The two modern ones I just got were pretty darn good. I mean, they did a nice job on them. Yeah, the 10-watt Z1. But there's another one that was really good too, because it was standalone. I really, really liked that it was standalone. Yeah, it's only $259. Oh, wait, you want the 10-watt dual diode? $349. Is it here? The Z1 with the 10-watt laser. Would you please just do as I say? There it is. It's $439, which is not bad. Now, what's the difference? Yeah, you don't want the 5-watt. You want the 10-watt. The Laser Master Pro 2 is also excellent. Yes, Ortor did a very nice job on that one. We got that one. And then you have but the laser module is not as good as the Z1. I got real nice deep cuts in plywood with the new 10-watt laser. It really made a big difference. What are you doing? Why won't you let me click there? Thank you. That one's a little expensive. I wonder what the difference is here. I don't know why one of these is more money than the other. So the Laser Master 2 is a little pricier. Now, what is the other one that I got? What is the name of it? We did the live stream with it. Is it this one? Nope. Oh, that is so freaking cool looking. Come on. Dude, that's not fair. That's cool looking. No, the ComGrowl is the Z1. But there's another one that we did that has a screen. Meaning you put an SD card in it, it's got a touch screen, so you can do offline laser printing. You make your G code, you know, laser Gerber or Lightburn, and then you save that to the SD card. And you can do lasering without the maybe it's the Ray 5? It might be the Ray 5. From Longer. I love Longer. Yes, that's it. And it's $339. The laser is a little bit weak. It's not a 10-watt laser. But I absolutely loved the touchscreen. That is not what I told you to search for. Do not change what I type. Search for what I said to search for, or I will bite you. There it is, 429. And it's only a 5-watt laser though, which might be fine for what you're doing. I don't know. You'll have to decide. But I love the touchscreen with the offline access, so that you don't have to be plugged into a computer. But the ComGrowl Z1 has been fantastic. It's very powerful. They're all basically the same. There's not a huge difference between them. My favorites are ComGrowl, Longer, and Ortor, because they've both done a few lasers, so they have a little bit of experience at it. And they're also they're big enough where you get a little bit of support. Meaning, if you sent them a question about a problem you're having, they'll probably answer it. Meaning, they have a bit more presence. They actually give a crap what you think. Yeah, it's the same reason you order from Creality or Anycubic or FlashForge or like those, or Prusa. It's because the company actually stands behind their products, so there is access to a little bit of support there. And that's typically why I steer people toward those three brands: Ortor, ComGrowl, and Longer. I can't wait until Longer makes a larger printer. I love their printers. They do such a nice job with their machines. Sometimes parts are a little thinner than I would like, but the QC is spot on. I've never gotten bad or rough parts. The touchscreen UI Longer 3D has made is still industry-wide the best touch UI on a 3D printer ever. It's crisp, clean, it's large like a cell phone, and it's responsive. This one is too. That's one thing I noticed right away with this screen here. It's responsive. It doesn't have that, you know what I'm talking about. It's a kludgy interface. It looks kind of wonky, and when you touch things, it's like you gotta push harder, you gotta wait longer. It takes a while for the screen to refresh. It's just low quality and slow. But you touch a Longer printer, it's like boop, 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 boop. It's like you're using your cell phone. It's instantly responsive, no lag, nice crisp graphics, and the same with this one here. The nice crisp graphics on the Weedo. So good job on that. and responsive touchscreen. It's capacitive, not resistive. That makes a big difference. And Longer really got that right. And I think they sent me 3 printers, and I had basically no issues with all 3 of them. They worked well. You know, you have 3D printer issues, but in general, there was no glaring design flaw. Like, you buy a Tron XY printer, you'll be lucky if all the parts are properly functioning. The design of the printer is fine. I mean, Tron XY, you know, they design perfectly adequate printers. Nothing wrong there. The software works fine. The firmware works fine. The hardware works fine. But you can tell it's low-quality hardware. They bought the cheapest rollers they can get, the cheapest ball bearings they can get. They used the thinnest metal they thought they can get away with. You know, it's a budget machine, like a really, really, really budget machine. And so they, you know, if you go to a factory and you say, I need, you know, skate bearings, and okay, well, here's, you know, A grade, B grade, C grade, D grade. You know, I'll give me the D grade. Do you have any cast-off D grade? And that's what Tron XY uses. And that's what ANET used to use as well. So, you know, the components are the same, but the quality's not the same. Longer, Creality, FlashForge, Anycubic, FL Sun, you know, these manufacturers have all figured out that using the cheap components is not the best way to move forward. They make more money if they use the higher quality components and they have happy customers. So you tend to get better products from those companies. And then you have issues with support. And when I say support, I'm not talking about you calling technical support and getting help. That's not going to happen typically from a Chinese manufacturer. It's just not. You just have to accept that. When I say support, I mean support their product. Meaning improve it, iterate it, make it better, stand behind it. Some companies don't do that as well. Like, for example, Two Trees. Two Trees is what I call a limbo company. They're not cheap junk like, you know, Tron XY and ANET, and they're not decent quality like Creality and Anycubic. They're somewhere in the middle. Their machines are decent, but they don't really stand behind them. So they don't fix the machines. They just keep pumping out the same machine with the same flaws. Their component selection's okay. You know, they're not using like D grade parts. They're using, you know, A, B grade parts. Maybe not A grade, but B grade parts. So the parts are decent, but like slight design defects never get corrected. You know, like ANET did, like Tron XY did. Now, I saw ANET was changing with the new ET line of printers. So maybe they're trying to go higher end. Maybe they're trying to improve the quality control of their products. I don't know. I have not tried any of their new machines. I'm talking about their original machines, like the E10, the A8, stuff like that. Tron XY, have they made newer, better quality machines? I don't know. Like the Tron XY X1 it's a cute little micro printer. It's low quality parts and low grade parts, but the printer works fine. You're not going to get great results out of it, but you're not going to get piss results either. You know, a machine like this, I expect better results from. You know, I expect that the machine to work longer and better. Is there something there? Oh yeah, there is something there. I thought I saw something there. But you know, and you can see that in the workmanship, in the bent sheet metal that makes up the machine, in the cleanliness of the threads when you thread a bolt in. You can tell a cheap machine, like for example, when you have a machine, when you pay someone to cut your extrusions for you, if you want to save a little money, you can have them not deburr the ends. You can have them not follow through, cheat, and flush the threading. And you'll save a tiny bit of money. You'll be able to get those parts a little bit cheaper. because now the company who's making the parts from you doesn't have to do as much work, so they can sell it to you a little cheaper. But the result is the ends of the extrusions, they cut because they're sharp. They haven't been cleaned up. Threading bolts in can be tricky, especially if they're small bolts. You'll feel it being rough going in. You'll have to back it out and put it back in again. That's because the threads weren't followed through and cheated and cleaned up. They saved money doing that. Then you have companies like, Creality and Anycubic, and I think FL Sun possibly as well. I'm starting to see some branded components on FL Sun printers as well. These companies finally start realizing that they need to exert even more quality control over their components. So they either pay a higher price to have spec-produced parts instead of off-the-shelf parts, meaning, okay, I want to buy your stepper motors, but I have some requirements. This, and this needs to be done to make sure they get a higher quality product. Or they even start making their own product. Like, that's Creality is doing that with a lot of their parts. They, at first they were buying off-the-shelf parts, and then slowly they've been starting to convert over to producing their own parts in-house, so that they have full control over design specs and quality control. That's one of the reasons you can buy an Ender 3 today and it just works. Compared to the first printers where you might have had to jigger and tweak and play with things to make it work smoothly, or maybe you'd have to, resolder a connection or replace a component because 1 in 10 was bad or something like that. You're seeing less and less of that as they take more control over quality control. And you can also see the areas where they're not exerting control. Can you guys tell me the one area that Creality has not been exerting control over their quality control? Their fans. They're still using off-the-shelf, cheap bushing fans. And I eventually expect Creality will start making their own fans, or at least paying for spec fans to be made to their specifications. Because that's one of the last components on a Creality printer that you can tell is a lower grade off-the-shelf part versus, the higher grade parts that they had more of a hand in producing. And you can see that Weedo did that here. Weedo put some effort into this machine. These fans, every single one of them, even the fan in the power supply, is quiet. Now, did I just get lucky? Maybe. Are they higher quality fans? Probably. The likelihood of all 4 or 5 fans being quiet if they were just random off the shelf is pretty low. Are they dual ball bearing? I hope so. I don't know. I'll have to look. I'm hoping this indicates they're using dual ball bearing fans, because they're only a few cents more than the hydraulic bearing fans, but they'll last 5 times longer, and they're almost as quiet as Noctua fans. And without all the expensive Noctua fans and the lower CFM of Noctua fans, because most of the noise comes from the bearing. Those hydraulic sleeve bearings are just garbage. They just don't hold up. But this one here, all of the edges are clean. The side plates are all deburred. There's no sharp edges. The either the paint or the powder coating is fully intact, so it's nice and clean. I mean, the fit and finish on all these metal parts on the printer is near perfect. The IEC is nice and firm. The screen is properly inset into the frame of the machine, so you're not trying to poke into an edge to get to a button. They've clearly customized this firmware. I've never seen this UI phrase. Maybe this is a default UI, I don't know, but it looks clean to me. As a matter of fact, I only see 2 parts of this printer that are not up to the same quality standards as what I'm seeing for most of this printer. One, spool holder. It's junk. It works fine. I'm happy with it. The actual spool arm is perfect. It's beautiful. The actual spool leg that attaches to the machine, that's clearly off-the-shelf part that they didn't care about. They didn't put effort into that part. It works fine, nothing wrong with it, but you can clearly see there's a different level of care that went into that part than the rest of the machine. And the legs on the back of the printer, they're just stamped metal. But again, all the edges are deburred, everything's clean, the paint is smooth and complete, everything fit properly. In fact, so far the only issue is that motor needs to be shimmed just a tiny bit, 0.5 millimeter. It looks like about 1/2 millimeter, but it's close enough to not be an issue. You can see on some components they went low cost on, but didn't go low quality. So the little bracket that holds the top of the lead screw, that's a low cost part. That's not a high-end part like a lot of the rest of this machine, but it's not a low quality part. It's properly made, it's deburred, it's cleanly painted, it fits correctly, so it's all fine. They did good on that. Overall, they did a nice job on this machine. I so far have, besides the few things I've mentioned, I have no quality control issues. They used a good proper steel flex plate. They used a good strong magnetic bed surface. I mean, it's a good grip. It feels like a TH3D or a Wham Bam print bed. The steel plate is a little thin. If you've ever held a Wham Bam steel plate, you know what I'm talking about. That Wham Bam steel plate you can hammer something with. This one here, a little thin. Not bad. You know, thankfully it has a good strong magnetic grip, so you should not have any lifting issues, and it does not appear to have affected it. The edges are relatively clean. I can tell that there's an edge there, but it doesn't cut me. So the edges have been cleaned up a little bit. They look like they've been laser cut. I would guess they were laser cut and then they deburred the edges. So again, lower cost but not lower quality. I would have liked to have seen a slightly thicker one, but that's okay. At first, I wasn't a fan of the leveling knobs because they're a little small, but because they're all the way at the corner here, instead of inset under the printer, they're easy to adjust. They also seem to have used, now I only have a sample of one, so obviously we won't know if this is a consistent quality issue until other people start getting it, but the aluminum plate appears to be very well made and very flat. I see almost no deviation. Yep, the yellow springs and the Wham Bam change everything. Let's see, is there any center support? I didn't actually look. Nope, no center support. So the bed is held up just by the four springs and bolts, which makes sense because if you put center supports on an adjustable bed, it's going to warp when you try to adjust it. But the carriage plate is nice and thick. It looks like a 4 millimeter carriage plate. It's fine. I don't like the springs. They're using these silver springs, but they are compressed pretty tightly. I would go with the compression springs if I were you. Another place you can see fit and finish is in places where you have a hole cut into the extrusion so a bolt can fit all the way in. The wire management is excellent. In fact, even though it's exposed wiring, this is some of the best wire management and routing that I've seen in a long time. Like, this cable coming out of the machine is flat and it goes straight back. So the entire cable goes back, and then comes back around forward and up to the head. So that cable is going to tend to stay put. It's not going to tend to move around and get snagged and stuff. It's going to tend to stay right where it is. The only change I would make is I would have the IEC mounted just on the back here instead of on the side. The side's a little annoying. Or include a right angle plug. Include a right angle C13 so the wire goes back and then under the printer. That's a minor nitpick. I like having everything up front, because then I don't have to go turning the machine around and reaching around to the back side of the machine to get to the components. So, good user interface, good UI. I never checked to see if these were tight. They could use a tiny bit of snugging. Not much, just a quarter turn. But, the frame is lightweight, uses 20 by 20 rails, but the length uses 20 by 40, which gives it rigidity. When that, the front and back rail don't have to be so as you can see here, the end rails are 20 by 40, but the other rails, this one, and this one, are 20 by 20. That's an okay design choice. This does not need to be a 20 by 40 because this is being reinforced by the 2040s on the end, the 2020s that are spread apart in the middle, and the stamped frame on the front and back of it. So there's no reason to make this a 2040. That is perfectly fine. With 4 long rails plus the frame surrounding it, that 20 by 20 is more than stiff enough. Not a problem whatsoever. These are nicely spread apart. Everything came pre-tightened. I had to adjust very little. In general, they did a good job on this machine. $10 Easter egg shells. Yeah, I'll grab them. Thank you, Michael. Let's see. They also appear to have considered and addressed many issues. So one of the reasons that this wiring harness here is so clean is that it's a unified cable. It's one cable coming through. Everything is in that one flat sheath, and then there's a plug on the back that that cable plugs into. The only change I would make there, and this is more me being over paranoid, I mean, in the 170 printers that I've had, I've never had one of these cables snag and tear out a connection. So this is me overthinking it. I would like to see tension relief. Not super critical, but would be nice. Some tension relief would be nice there. I'd like to see the feeder be all metal instead of plastic. Again, not a huge deal, but would be nice. They appear to have addressed issues that other manufacturers have had, so you can tell that the feeder has a little more structure to it. It's not just a hunk of molded plastic. There's actually ribs and structure and cavities that are going to make that part a little stronger. So in theory, only time will tell, that component should be less prone to cracking like the Creality feeder arm tends to crack. We'll have to see over time. I would like to see it a little bit of one. Make the whole thing get better, we'll be done with it. All the extrusions have caps on the end, which is a nice touch. They're not branded caps like Creality has, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. There's caps there. They all fit well. They're all staying put, and that keeps you from scratching yourself on those edges. This metal casing is actually 3 pieces. You have 2 side panels, all held in by screws. Let's see how good those screws are, because when a manufacturer goes cheap, that's usually where it is. These little damn screws. You ever try taking the bottom off of a CRX or a CR10S Pro? You know how those holes don't line up and those screws do not thread in properly, and half of them strip when you try to take them out? Oh nope, these fit in nice. Yeah, that screw came out nice and clean. It's centered in the hole. It's not off to one side. So their quality control in making that was very good. Oh, let's see, what do we have here? We have, yes, 6x6. I prefer the 3x3 triangle arrangement, meaning, okay, the way this one works is you have 3 wheels on the outside here, and you have 3 wheels on the outside here. But the problem is that means that those wheels are sitting on posts like this, and those wheels are trying to bend outwards like this because they're cantilevered. So let me draw that to show you what I'm talking about. Here's my pen. Now I just need a piece of paper. I think this box will suffice. So you have your rails like this, and they have 3 wheels like this. What I prefer to see is this. So this is what they have. They have 3 wheels here, 3 wheels here. Okay, that's a decent arrangement. There's nothing wrong with that. The fact that it is 3 does spread the force. Now, if you look at this from edge on, you're going to see this. All right, that's what you're going to see edge on. So here's your 2 rails, and here's your wheels, and here's the shafts connecting to the bed, to your carriage plate, and here's your carriage plate. And then you're going to have your springs here, and then your build plate's going to sit on top of that. Well, the problem is these tend to want to do this. They get pushed out, which means over time these bolts can come loose or stretch a tiny bit, and these will push out. Now, if they are properly adjusted, the force being applied to the bed should be minimal. It really shouldn't be that bad. But I tend to prefer an arrangement like this. On a 3x3, 1 set's enough. On anything bigger, you want 2 sets. But I tend to prefer this because the force is more even. They're pulling in toward each other. So they have less tendency to want to splay out like this. Now that might just be, hey Fragger, that might just be me overthinking the problem. If these wheels are properly adjusted and not overly tight, they will probably last the life of the machine. So that might just be me overthinking to the nth degree, and that's not necessary. But I tend to prefer 2 non-adjustable wheels in the middle, and then the adjustable wheels on the outside. And but that's a very, very minor nitpick. I would not call that a flaw. That's just a design choice. All right, that would be my choice. This arrangement seems to be just fine. I don't know why they greased the roller wheels. Like, the roller wheels actually have grease on them. I'm not sure why they did that. It's not needed, and it might be detrimental, because that grease is going to pick up debris, and it's going to hold that debris. Yeah, TPU, you typically want to print at 20 to 30 millimeters per second. Exactly, it's a dust magnet. And worse than being a dust magnet, it's a dust clumper. So it's going to cause, when you have dust being the roller wheels are already a dust magnet. You're rolling a polyethylene wheel, or whatever it's made out of. You're rolling an elastomer wheel on top of a metal rail. You're going to create a charge. You're going to create an electrical charge doing that, and that's why the wheels attract dust, because they're being electrically charged. But when you're electrically charged and attracting dust, the dust applies evenly. The grease can allow dust to clump. So you'll get clumps of greasy, gooey dust building up. And it could then drop that onto the rail. So instead of it simply getting tighter and wearing down, it will now have bumps. Now maybe that's a non-issue. I don't know. Maybe the grease is fine. I don't know. I just thought it was odd You don't normally put grease on rubber. That's normally a bad combo, or Delrin, or whatever they're made of. Maybe it's a non-issue, I don't know, but you can tell they greased everything. See, I just took some grease off the rail because it's on the wheels, therefore it's now on the rails. My inclination is to clean that off. I think that's a bad move. I'm not sure why they did that. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe the guy on the assembly line didn't understand the instructions, and he was supposed to grease the bearings and he greased the wheels instead. I don't know. But that's a weird design choice. I mean, I'd like to see them use better quality PTFE tube, but again, not that important. This PTFE tube really does work just fine. I am busy, Michelle. What do you want? Yes. Okay, you're not listening then. Alright, bye. Are they sealed bearings? I don't know if they actually are sealed bearings. Yeah, they do look like sealed bearings. They look like sealed bearings to me. And in fact, weirder yet, I don't see the grease on the bearings. The bearings look like clean metal. It's on the rubber wheels. So, I don't know why they did that. That's weird. I don't think it's going to hurt anything, probably. I'm probably overthinking it again. Well, yes and no. I've seen open bearings that are very high quality bearings, but those are usually use case scenario bearings. So, for example, silicon nitride bearings in fidget spinners, a lot of times those bearings will be open, even though that means they get dirty faster, and they also don't have any grease because they're using the material as the lubricant. But that means the bearing can spin faster and longer. So that's a very use case scenario, and you've got to clean and maintain those bearings. This is an industrial machine, so you are correct. Sealed bearings is the only correct way to go. Let's get this so we can see what we're looking at here. I guess just give you an overall view. But so yeah, some oddball design choices. But I don't think any of them are catastrophic. Overall, I'm very happy with what they've done. Quiet fans. I don't know what kind of power supply is in there, but I can't imagine it's a bad one. We'll have to open it up and look at it. Beautiful touchscreen, responsive UI, and they appear to have addressed common issues. So a lot of these parts are generic parts, and they come with minor issues that result from that. And they appear to have addressed those issues, cleaned out the threads, put caps on the end, responsive touchscreen, a UI that doesn't fill the screen with a bunch of junk. You can actually see the goddamn file names of what you're trying to print. The wiring harness being attached up here and then running straight back flat and folding back around so that it naturally tends to stay where you put it. Even this here, they have this attached in such a way here that this naturally, oh, you can't see what I'm showing you. They have this attached in such a way that this naturally forms this loop, and it wants to maintain that loop. So unlike a lot of 334 printers, I don't have to pin this up to keep it up out of the way of my print. That stays just like that no matter where the printhead moves. So again, they've minor little things like that that address common issues in 3D printing, and they have addressed those issues in their design choices for this machine, which shows me that some level of care was put into the thought of making this machine. This wasn't just, okay, grab these basic components, slap it together into an approximately 3D printed shape. I don't know why they did the top homing that way. I don't know. I would rather have them put that home switch down here. I'm not a fan of top homing.
I'm Groot.
Now, there's another area where they have addressed the problem. What is the primary problem with top homing? You gotta wait for the goddamn thing to go all the way up to the top and all the way back down again. Well, they've addressed that. They overvolt the motors when they put them in movement drive mode. Like you can hear now, these motors are quiet, but you heard how noisy it was when I was homing it. That's because they realize people don't want to wait a small eternity for this thing to go all the way up and way back. So they've designed the hardware and the firmware to allow it to move the Z fast, so that it can get to the top and come back down again without having to wait an eternity. Again, that shows that they care, that they actually put some effort and thought into the printer. It's like a Pinda is the same thing. A Pinda probe is, I believe, it's basically the same thing. It's a capacitive sensor. There might be a slight difference, but it does have a capacitive sensor under here, so it can detect the bed. Now, that is an interesting problem, isn't it? The problem with having a limit switch and a probe is that it is possible for you to have the limit switch too high. Really? Dueling is now legal in Canada? So a core problem with a probe is that if the probe malfunctions, it's going to smash itself into the bed. So what they do is they add a limit switch as a failsafe. So if the probe doesn't stop, it'll eventually hit the limit switch. But here's the problem. If the limit switch is too low, the probe can still crash into the bed. And if the limit switch is too high, also if the limit switch is too high, it won't be able to get close enough to the bed in order to actually get your proper offset. So the way you can fix that is what they did. You home at the top, and then you calculate your distance to the bottom. Now you say, okay, well then you have the same problem. What if the bed is too high or too low? Well, then you can adjust the distance. You have an offset for that. I'm talking about in a failure scenario. While with a top home, and then using number of steps to get back to the bed, they can hard code a maximum. That won't stop it from crashing into the bed, but it'll stop it from trying to crash through the bed and trying to keep going. Because how far off can the bed be? 2 millimeters? So the maximum it can crash into the bed is 2 millimeters before it hits the hard-coded limit. So that does solve some problems. I don't know. It does solve some problems. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, is that this machine, the front is highly polished. The rest of it is not quite as polished as like a Creality machine or something like that. But, the parts are painted. They're painted properly. They're efficient. They're well laid out. Someone put some effort into this machine. Exactly. It senses as it approaches to the bed. There's no probe. The probe is non-contact. So whoever designed this machine had the budget, they had the finances to do it right. I don't know. $299 would be a good price for this. $299 would be an excellent price for this. Let me see if I can find it. I see the X40. I do not see this printer, though. So this printer must be new. The X40 is the IDEX. That's $550. Yeah, so this is new. This is basically their version of, I guess you'd call this their version of the CR10S Pro. We like unrelated but neat topics. Just Vlad reviewed this printer 2 years ago with this UI and everything, because this all looks brand new to me. What did I click on? Let me get rid of some of these tabs. There are too many tabs open. Give me a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom. And I cannot hold it. Any cats in the box? I'll have to chase them out. Oh. Motherfucker. Get off me. Damn it. You son of a bitch. Stay. Oh, really? Let's do a search for that's all right. I know what you meant. He did not do this printer, it looks like. He did the IDEX one. He did the ME40 Pro. So this might be a new, simpler version of the same printer. So that means I do need to alter this. Single nozzle. There we go. Yeah, single head, dual input. So 2 in, 1 out. This is 1 in, 1 out. Yeah, I only see the X40 and the ME40 Pro. So Just Vlad did the X40, and he also did the ME40 Pro. So he did the IDEX, and he did the 2 in, 1 out. I don't see any videos on this, so this is new. So they started off by making the more advanced printer, and now they're making a cheaper, simpler version of it. A single color, you know, CR10 clone. Oh, CR10S Pro, really. 334 FDM, meaning a printer like this. Well, I can't recommend this yet because, well, I haven't used it long enough, but my initial impression is very good. So this is probably up there. The regular CR10S Pro or the CR10S, they're both very good. Yeah, the Artist D, the IDEX one, I have that right behind me here. I love that machine. If you have the space, consider the Chiron. It's bigger. It's a 444, but it's usually on sale pretty cheap for under 400 bucks. But if this machine's under 300 bucks, I would definitely suggest it. I don't know what this machine's going to cost though. I would think with the color touchscreen, the higher quality control components, and the auto bed leveling, I would think this is going to be more than 300. This is probably going to be similarly priced to the CR10S Pro. Now, if they could do this for $299, that'd be amazing. Chiron, C-H-I-R-O-N. It's from Anycubic Chiron. I really want that new, the new Cobra Max. It's basically a Chiron Viper love fest. And I really, really want that. Yeah. Wow. Well, give him credit, these macro shots from a phone are pretty damn good. Yeah, 500 would be more appropriate because that's what the CR10S Pro sells for. Wow. The Sidewinder is also good. I absolutely love my Sidewinder. Some of these pictures are spectacular. If you guys haven't clicked that link, go ahead and click it. And what's trademarked? I got a real nice macro shot. Hang on. I think I have it on 500 pics. Edges curling up can mean your print bed is too hot, your nozzle distance is a little too far. It could mean your first layer is not being printed hot enough and is being printed too fast. It could be your print surface is dirty, so you're just not sticking as well. There's a whole bunch of reasons why that could happen. So if you go to my here's some of my photos. This is just some of my recent photos. I just started using this. But I love macro photography. For a glass bed, Dawn and hot water. That's it. Maybe I have to copy a special link. Oh yeah, it is different. Okay. Try that. Not yet. But I do finally have the bags in. Ow! That hurt. I don't got one handy. Yep, here's one. So here's the first bundle I'm probably going to put up. And this will come also with a couple extra things too. So it comes with a nice backpack, camera bag. This is what I was waiting for to come from China. These camera bags. So there's the camera bundle. I got the eye cups replaced, the straps replaced. You get 2 lenses with it. It'll come with a image downloader, so you can download the images in the field. Dual charger. Comes with the battery grip extension, USB chargers, cables, all the extra caps, USB battery pack for charging things up in the field, and everything is chargeable off of that battery pack. So you can charge your camera batteries off that battery pack. You can charge the viewer off that battery pack. So yeah, that's going to be a whole bundle, probably right around $450, $500, depending on. I have to add up the prices, to make sure it's a fair price. Make sure it's less than what it would cost you to buy everything separate. But yeah, that's the basic idea of what I'm going with. So we shall see. What are you on a phone? Yeah, we got 25 minutes to go. That doesn't work when you click on that link? I don't know. I eyeball it. It's my understanding a thicker than normal piece of paper. So if you're using copy paper, probably 2 thicknesses. Or if you're using like a business card, that's better, or cardstock. And when I do paper, first, paper does not offset the printer, it just gets you close. Your first print offsets the printer. I stick the paper under there, and I move it around, and when I feel the nozzle start to grab the paper, I stop. That's it. Make sure you go around twice, because remember, when you're adjusting a plane from 4 points. So when you mess with one, you're messing with the others. So each time you adjust one, you are breaking your adjustment on the other ones. So you got to go around at least twice. And each time you go around, your tolerance gets smaller and smaller until you get it just right. Feeler gauges don't work. Feeler gauges are a poor choice for leveling a bed, unless you're experienced at using them. Here's why. To give you an idea of what I'm talking about, I want you to take the back side of a pen, and I want you to put that pen against your phone. Now move it. Now push harder. Move it. Can you tell the difference? Besides, obviously, you could feel you're pushing harder. The side-to-side motion, can you tell a difference when you're pushing hard versus not pushing hard? I can't. Okay? So the problem is you're putting a hard nozzle on a hard bed on a hard feeler gauge. So when your nozzle is too close, you can't tell with a feeler gauge because it's going to feel the same. So when you use paper, the paper applies friction, and you can feel that friction happening. So loose, adjust, grabbing. You can feel it grabbing. Now cardstock has a similar problem to a feeler gauge in that it's possible you might not realize you're too close. That's why you remove it and put it back in. If you're too close, you'll be able to remove it, but you won't be able to put it back in, because when you pull the here's your nozzle. When you pull the paper out, the nozzle is going to go blunk, and now the paper's not going to fit back in without folding. The feeler gauge will just shoot right back underneath again, even if the nozzle's too close. So the paper gives you a friction feedback so that you know, okay, I am now touching the paper, because you can tell the difference between touching the paper and not touching the paper. But you can't tell the difference between touching the feeder gauge and not touching the feeder gauge. This feels the same to me as this. There's no difference. The amount of force it takes me to move side to side isn't any different. But if you were to take something that's rough, like a piece of paper, this feels very different from this. Posties, again, I'd probably fold it in half, because a Post-it note is very thin. I keep trying to look around this camera, and I keep forgetting I don't need to. You can see me just fine regardless. Oh, it's weird. It's weird the way the human mind works. I can just lift the screen up so it's above the camera. But the point is, you can feel the difference when putting paper under there. You can't really feel the difference when you put a feeler gauge under there. I've heard of it, but I haven't watched this video yet. I gotta go watch that, actually. This print looks like a couple of an hour ago. Yeah. Well, it prints, well, that one doesn't have it, but this one does. It's double wall, and it's got these shock cord mounts built in. You just tie your shock cord right to there, and then your other end, your shock cord goes through one of these holes and back out the other, then you tie it, and of course it ends up inside here. And then your paper motor tube gets glued into here. This way the hot engine never touches the plastic. This would get glued together. I'm actually thinking about trying to make this threaded. I'd like to try to make a mild thread so I can go and thread this together, because it won't change the mass at all, because it'll still be the same double wall, just have a mild thread, like a light bulb style thread. But this way you could put this together without glue. I would like to be able to do that. I want to try to figure out how to do that. But being able to just screw together, and this way if you damage a piece, you can unscrew it and replace that piece without having to use any glue. So the only part of the entire model that would require any glue at all would be this part, when you glued the paper tube inside of here. And that's not going to fail. I can even think of a couple ways of doing the paper tube without glue, or at least a minimum of glue. So, as you can see, there is a change in diameter inside there. Well, if I printed a cone that matches that chamfer, and I glued that cone to the paper tube, I can then slide the paper tube in and have it just stick out a little bit on this end, and then you glue the motor retention threads onto the paper tube. And so now it's captured because there's a piece of plastic glued on each end of the paper tube, and so that motor tube can't move now. But if I were to tear the end of that motor tube, tear the plastic off, like rip it off with a pair of pliers, I could then extract the paper tube while doing no damage to the rocket, which would make the rocket somewhat serviceable, which is a very cool thing for me. Another thing I could do is I could design the motor retention with threads, and then have this here have threads. And now I only need one piece that's glued to the end of the paper tube, and then you thread it in place until it locks, and now you can disassemble it without using any glue. You would literally, the whole rocket would be built, and you would only have to apply glue to one piece, that threaded piece to the paper tube. I'm going to do that. That would be amazing. Man, designing the threads would be a bitch, but that would be freaking amazing. Because then the whole rocket becomes serviceable. But you only need to glue one piece. Huh. Well, maybe it is overpriced junk, but it sounds to me like it's a project of passion. I assume you're talking about UFO Alien 3D's kit. I think it's a project of passion and not a project of performance. So, what are you gonna do? If you don't like it, shut up and move along. Don't buy it. Nobody's making you buy it. I know I'm not buying it. I ain't got the money. I gotta find his link though. Looks like he's got some sort of arrangement with Kaiwu 3D. I gotta tell you, the Kaiwu 3D printers are pretty damn good. But where is, maybe his little blog? Where is this thing about his printer? Like, I don't see a link to it. I don't see a description. Projects. Nope, those are the projects that come with the kits. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. What's up with that? Well, Anchor's up to $5.5 million. Well, they certainly got a lot of money. But I don't see There's the Wizmaker P1. I don't see the Alien 3D one. I don't know why people keep trying to make an affordable printer. $100 is affordable. $200 is affordable. And this printer is $500. You know, that's not affordable. Hmm. 75% done. Come on. I did 3D print dildos, by the way. Been there, done that. I've learned to keep a roll of toilet paper near my desk, so I always have something to blow my nose with, since I continuously have a stuffy nose. Hang on, let's try. Would you get out of my way? God damn it. I cannot find anything about this UFO 3D printer. Especially when you print them with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I could beat you over the head with one and it wouldn't break. I want to get that Paul the Alien 3D model. I can't afford it right now. It's too expensive, but it's on Game Body. $25. Jesus. But eventually I'm going to get it because he's modeled it with the alien giving the finger. I want to print it full size, like 5 feet tall, and put it outside at the street. When cars drive by, little alien giving him the finger. Maybe have a second alien probing him up the butt. Or print a person on a steel bed with the aliens getting ready to probe it with all the blades and knives. That'd be funny. Yeah, $25 is a lot of money for that, but I just don't got it. Wait a minute. Will this let me download it? No, I didn't think so. Okay. I don't know. Is GameBody a repository site, or is GameBody this guy's personal site for all of his stuff? No, there's an upload button. Oh, wow. Damn, that looks good. If you go to the site, I'm trying to avoid swapping windows since that seems to kill the audio faster. Scroll down about, 2/3 of the way. Someone painted him. And the eyes are amazing. Holy crap. Damn, they look good. They are expensive models. They're nice models, though, but damn, are they expensive. Eventually, I'll get it. Because I do want to print him. Look at this. I'm going to risk it. Look at that. I'm not big on all this, but the eyes, that's amazing. Wow. Good job on that person for painting it like that. Yeah, that's the link. I just posted that, didn't I? I thought I posted. Oh, it just now posted it. That was a weird delay. I should be on live chat again with the freaking switching to top chat. You got it, Tim. We're going to be closing up here in about 10 minutes. Because this is not going to finish for another 30. Oh, good. It is all separate pieces. And I can easily cut his crotch in half. So I can print him huge. Eventually. Oh, Jesus. Really broken down. Weird. Huh. Oh, nice. So they have an actual transforming Optimus Prime on there? Sweet. It's kind of weird that I can feel the ribs on the nose cone, but not on this one. Why do I feel the ribs on this one? That's weird. Maybe over... No, it's not over extruding, so I'm printing it at 1:1. Something to do with the speed, maybe? It's not a problem, but it's just weird that I do not see that on this one. Oh, actually, yes, I do. I can't feel it, though. Just barely. But I can see them right there. Huh. Well, there's a polygon count limit for the Tinkercad files. Alrighty, guys. Overall, I'm pleased. It's nice to see somebody, even a simple printer like this, it's nice to see somebody actually put some care into it. Well, I can print it a lot faster. I can print that Paul model in 4 days. I could probably print it in 4 or 5 days. Because if you're using a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, yeah, it's going to take hundreds of hours. If you're using a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, you'd be amazed how fast you could print that. Hey, Asger, doing pretty good. I'm pleased. I think I'm going to do a couple more prints. I want to do a high detail print to see what the quality looks like. But I think I'm pleased enough to put my 0.8 millimeter U.S. synthetic metals diamond nozzle on here, because I've been waiting to figure out what printer I want to stick that nozzle on, and I think I'm going to stick it on this one. It's got the 334 build volume I want, and it's got the quality that I want. So if my next couple of prints come out as good as these two prints came out, I think I'll put the diamond nozzle on this one. I also have that ruby nozzle I could play with too. That $20 ruby nozzle I got off Amazon. No, I mean the diamond nozzle, the Diamondback by U.S. Synthetics. It's made of polycrystalline diamond. I have a 0.4, 0.6, and a 0.8 version of that. I have the 0.4 on my Ender 2, and it's working flawlessly. No issues. And I've been able to drop my temperature 5 degrees without a problem, and increase my speed as well, without having any flow issues through that nozzle. So it is working very nicely. And so I just need a printer to put the point. I'll probably put a 0.6 on another Ender 2. Because printing rocket parts is what I'm going to want to do with those. What I really need is a 1 millimeter. I really need them to make a 1 millimeter, because that's where it's going to really shine. Is a 1 millimeter nozzle on an Ender 2 will allow me to print heavy duty parts fast. Have the 0.4 for the lightweight parts, and have the 0.6 for the heavy duty parts. And it's not an Olsen Ruby. I do have Olsen Ruby nozzles as well. When I made them that little brass knuckles with the Olsen Rubies in it, they gave the nozzles back to me and told me I can have them, because they can't take the brass knuckles home to their country. Even if they're made of plastic, they're not legal in their country. And so they gave them back to me and let me keep them. I was like, freaking awesome. I wish I could send it to them somehow, but I don't want them to get in trouble, you know, for having something they're not supposed to have. But the new Diamondback nozzles from U.S. Synthetics with the polycrystalline diamond structure is like, it's almost like you can't have a better material for 3D printing. It's like the best there is. At least on paper. On paper, it seems perfect in every way. Tougher, stronger, better lubricity, better friction modifying. It's meaning less friction, filament going through it. Harder, won't You can't cleave it. It won't cleave like the ruby can because it's polycrystalline and not monocrystalline. Better thermal transfer. Everything about it is better on paper. So in theory, it should be substantially superior to copper, A2 steel, brass, ruby, all of it. It should be substantially superior to all of them. And they're working on a volcano nozzle, which would be awesome because I would love to put a 1mm volcano on my Viper. That would make that one badass printer. But they say they might, they don't know yet, but they might be able to make no brass, the whole nozzle out of polycrystalline diamond. E3D, very good company. They make very high quality products, very expensive products, but very high quality products, and very innovative. So they keep attempting to innovate. They keep pushing the field forward to make it better. And I like that. I like that a lot. I got their licensed CHT nozzles, which are supposed to be amazing. CNC Kitchen loves them, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to love them. But in general, I like E3D. Good company. They're good people. In my experience, they're good people. Alright guys, I'm going to quit for today. I'm going to let this finish, and then I'm probably going to print a booster section. Yeah, I'll probably print, after I verify the paper tube fits, I'm going to go out and get the paper tubes. I finally got the paper tubes in. Thank you, Bill Saindon from BMS. He got me my paper tubes. And once I confirm the tube properly fits in there, I'm also going to start modeling a threaded end to it. If I can make that work in vase mode, that would be amazing. I mean, that would... the rocket would assemble. You'd only have to glue a single part. Hell yeah. So, hey, Pygar. So that's it. I will see you guys later. Thank you very much again to Paul Feeney for the 20 bucks. I appreciate that a lot. And links are down below. There's no link for this yet. I don't think it's released yet. So we'll have to wait until they release it and see what the price is going to be. I have a feeling it's going to be in the $450 to $550 range. Whatever the CR10S Pro sells for, that's probably what this is going to sell for, since this is a direct competitor to the CR10S Pro. Superior in some ways. See you later, Tim. But, yeah. And if anybody finds a way, a source, for getting these little 250 gram or 200 gram spools, you know, if at 200 grams, if I can get them for $2 a piece, I'd like to get them for $2 a piece shipped. Now I'll buy 50 of them, you know, at a time. But I'd like to get, especially cardboard. If I can get it with cardboard, that'd be great. So you don't have to waste so much plastic. But I would love to find a source for getting these cheap, because these are just really handy when you're traveling. Because a big full-size spool just takes so much space. 2 of these I could fit in there, and that's enough plastic for the whole week. So that'd be nice if I could find a source for those little spools. You know, I bet you they're buying them for like $1 a piece. if they're paying that. That's why I want to buy them, because you can't re-spool. These I take with me when I travel. So, for example, if I manage to go to Murph, in theory, I could bring a hard case suitcase and I could bring an end or 2. That would fit inside of a hard case, no problem. And then just toss 2 or 3 of these in there. Or when I'm at a rocket launch and I'm printing parts out of the back of my car. No, not the spools. The whole thing. Finished. This. I want to buy these. Not just the spool, the whole thing. Vac bag spool of filament. So they've already spooled it. You know, I could print spools. If all I needed was a little tiny spool, I could just print one. That's easy. I want to buy the whole spool with the filament already vacuum sealed, all ready to go. So all I have to do is go in my box of filament and say, okay, give me that one, and take it with me when I go. And but it's just handy. It's just very, very handy. So I screwed up on this one, but usually when I get a little spool with a printer, I keep it and I put it aside, and I use a regular spool, and I keep the little spools for when I travel. And I wouldn't refill them. It's one of the reasons why I would like cardboard if possible, because I don't want to refill them. Because they'll crack. I could spool my own TPU. I could spool my own nylon probably. Nylon's probably tough enough to survive a respooling, although you'd have to dry it and then vac seal it. I don't know about PETG. PETG is pretty flexible. You might be able to respool PETG without a problem, and you could probably respool ABS. The big one you can't respool is PLA, because PLA becomes brittle when it absorbs moisture. Did you ever get a spool and the whole spool had exploded? It's just pieces inside the vac bag. That's what happens. That's what happens if you respool PLA. Now, if you respool PLA and then use it right away, you're fine. But if you respool it and then come back in a week, you're probably going to have a bad time. You're probably not going to have a whole lot of fun. I don't know about silk. I don't know if you can respool silk. The elastomers might give it more durability. I'm going to have to try that. I've never done a respool of silk before. But I know respooling PLA, bad idea. It never ends well. It always ends bad. And you can go from there. See, I got all these little spools that came with printers and stuff like that. I just need to find a source of them cheap. Where I can buy 50 of them for $100 shipped. The full spool. Full, with filament. So, I'll have to try contacting some of these printer companies and see if they'd be willing to sell me a bunch. Hey, can you just, fill a box with these and, let me pay $1 a piece for them as a favor? Because that's probably more than what they're paying for them, so it's still profitable. But, well, it depends on the shipping. Filament is heavy when you have that many of them. But I got to find a source for getting a whole bunch of them cheap. So, we are just about done. We are in the final vase mode portion. I am going to slow that down just a hair, because otherwise it will overheat as it nears the top. It is just about done. The nice thing about 2-into-1 hot ends, not all of them can do this, but the ones where the melt zone is where they meet, you could do mix. So you could feed both colors in at the same time and mix the colors together, which is kind of cool. Because like doing a nose cone where you start with one color and then slowly change to the other color, that'd look pretty cool. That'd look damn cool, actually. Yeah, this is just about done. We'll just wait for it to finish. I'll close up when this is done. Oh! This cone is bigger? What the hell? I don't know why this cone is bigger. The Marvin's the correct size, so it's not that. What the hell? You can see it. It's the wrong size. And I don't know why. I don't recall changing it. What's the time where you are? It is 16:16. So 4:15. Okay. Why did that? That's not going to fit. Oh, it does! I made it longer. I didn't realize I made it longer. Did I scale that without realizing it? I guess I did. I didn't remember changing the size of that nose cone. Okay. It fits, so it's right. Very nice. So the parts are dimensionally accurate since it fits the existing parts that I already printed. Let's get rid of the brim. Oh, I forgot. No heat bed. This G-code is programmed without a heat bed. That's why that first layer was a little sketchy. Well, at least we know it sticks. There's no heat bed. It's cold. I forgot about that. I forgot those parts were programmed to print without a heat bed on. Okay. So yeah, I'm pleased. That worked. Very nice. Alright, I will see you guys next week. That's it. Have a nice night. Thank you very much for joining in. I appreciate it. I like when my victims are happy. So I will see you all next week. No, I'm sorry. That question, Darren. I have not flown these yet. We're still not flying around here. Fire risk. But I am sending the STL files to my buddy in PA, and he's going to fly it for me and see how well it works. Plus, I want somebody else to print it, make sure it works good for them and whatnot. So I will see you guys all later. Click stop stream.